sharing it with your friends, leaving a comment as well. Hey, Rosie, I'm doing pretty well. Hey, Amy. Hey, Cole. Hi, Dylan. Hi, Valdez Rain. Hey, what's up? Hope everyone's doing well. So I don't know. I think that there's just like a number of reasons for why God isn't real. And all right, we're going all right.
How's it doing? How you doing, brother?
Hey,
I
what's
bear
up?
with. I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing well. How you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
Yeah, yeah, doing good, brother. Except there's only one being that is good, and that is God. So we're
Well,
not.
I mean, but you think God is like three beings, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if you define being by personhood, then yeah, but that's not how I'm using being in this context. But yeah,
Well,
brother,
I
how,
think,
how you doing? You doing all right, man?
yeah, I'm doing great.
Good, that's good, brother. Um, But yeah, but Ian, so I think because we never really had like a formal, debate, where I actually, kind of challenged the proposition above your head. Really, not even me challenging it, but you kind of defending it in the sense that you are making the positive claim here, that God isn't real. So I would just say, like, what reason do I have to believe that the not God world is true?
Yeah, so it's just going to come down to two competing worldviews between naturalism and supernaturalism. That naturalism is always going to be the preferable worldview to supernaturalism, just because when you look at the totality of evidence, it's for most of it, it's like roughly a wash between naturalism and supernaturalism. But then there's like some places where naturalism has a distinct advantage. Additionally, naturalism is just like a lot like conceptually simpler via Occam's razor, that it's like easier to posit the existence of just natural entities rather than natural entities and supernatural entities. It's like just half the number of entities.
I feel you there, brother. Occam's razor is a very interesting mechanism. When it comes to trying to determine what I have a reason to believe given information. The only problem with Occam's razor when it comes to naturalism, though, is that even for the atheist to claim that naturalism is true, you must assume that you have rationality, right? And you must assume that even the cause of your thoughts are rational, and to even give you the ability to hold naturalism as a viable position. So I would ask, like, if there is no immaterial reality, right, that would like give us the ability to have rationality, how do you think rationality is derived, and where does that actually come from?
So it depends what you mean by rationality. So are you just referring to like the properties that humans are able to engage like logically with the world?
Yeah, so just the ability to reason. So like the ability for you to even acknowledge that anything is true and know what truth is.
Oh, so if we're just talking about that ability specifically, then I would say that this is like easily accounted for by evolution. Like I just ask you, which do you think is more evolutionarily advantageous? Do you think it's better to be rational or irrational? Like better to find the patterns between reality and like rely on those patterns, or better to just go at it randomly? Which do you think is going to lead to more survival?
So I think this is kind of a straw man of my position, brother. So I would actually we can get into the whole evolutionary discussion, and I want you to give me a reason to believe that as well, and I'll give you a reason to believe otherwise. But I'm just well, I guess my argument is based upon the inductive principle that I don't ever see something non-rational being able to produce rationality. What I mean by that is if the cause of your thoughts is just simply matter, right? Like how do you even have the reason to believe that what you're thinking is even like accurate? Like this is why Charles Darwin even said, and I can show you this. He says the universe looks to be designed, but I have no reason to even believe my own thoughts because the cause of them is irrational. This is a quote by literally Darwin. So I'm just asking, like how can you even assume that your thoughts are even rational enough to hold the natural the position as true?
So there's going to be a problem with like relying on these inductive arguments, and it's just that inductive arguments are going to go both ways. Like you haven't seen whatever it is you claim to have never seen, and I've never seen like a mind without a body, for example. So it's like if you want to rely on inductive arguments, then that's just going to be a defeater to both of our positions. But specifically to address your argument, more specifically, how do we know things? Well, I rely on empiricism as pioneered by David Hume. Essentially that we know things to be true customarily. Like we can't actually see gravity, but we know it exists, or at least we know it exists like in a customary sense, because by custom, every time we engage with physical reality, with the physical world, our calculations necessarily involve gravity, i.e. if I drop my pen right now, it will fall to the ground as it has 1,000 times before. That we like recognize these patterns essentially is what I'm saying, and that all we can do, we can't actually like view the causal relationships between things, but we can absorb patterns and try to infer relationships based on the patterns that we observe. This is like the foundation of empiricism and the foundation of like all of the scientific method, for example.
Yeah, yeah, and so I think you raise a very interesting point. You know, when you talked about the inductive argument, I mean, when I talk about having a reason to believe something, right? When we talk about disembodied mind, that wouldn't necessarily be the same thing, because God exhibits the properties of a mind, but we wouldn't necessarily say that God is identical to a mind. So I don't really think that that would necessarily follow. And then also, I'm just asking you, like, how do you think it's even possible, right, to have something that is rational coming from something that's non-rational? Because it would seem like that actually would break a law of logic deductively by the principle of the principle of proportional causality, which states
What's the, yeah, I'm sorry, no, it sounds like you were about to explain it, so go for it.
yeah, I'm explaining. Yeah, so it states that anything that is in the effect, right, the cause must contain or have the capacity to produce. So, like for instance, whatever caused the universe to exist, when we look at the properties inside of the universe, and again, that word universe is kind of interesting because I don't actually believe there is a universe as science would describe it, but whatever we see, whatever properties that we see inside of the effect, these properties must also be in the cause because the cause produced that effect. So it would be a contradiction to say that what we find in the effect does not necessarily have to exist in the cause. It can be an emergent property of the cause, but that still must mean logically that the cause has sufficient conditions to produce thus effect.
Yeah, so this is like in my opinion, this doesn't make like any sense just on face. Like this idea that all of the properties of the effect must necessarily be present in the cause of the effect, or the cause needs to have like at least the capacity to produce the effect. So if the claim is just that the cause needs to have the capacity to produce the effect, then that's fine. I agree with that. But if the claim is specifically that it needs to be present in the effect, then there's just like going to be numerous counterexamples. So for example, let's say that and like a horrific scenario happens, like someone is raped as a child, but because they were raped as a child, they grow up and like found an organization dedicated to ending this type of thing. This organization would be really good, even though the cause of it in the first place was really bad.
Yeah, I mean it's really interesting because when we talk about morality, I think that would be kind of like a categorical error. But I see your point though, and because it does not necessitate that just because the properties are within the effect that those properties that those properties necessarily have to exist within the cause. But I would say that the cause has the capacity to produce those properties, right? And so we can find I think some common ground there. I would just ask, how do you think, right, that a cause that is non-rational, and so now we have to, maybe get into what are some properties of something that is rational, right? Because if this cause does not have those properties or not even the capacity to thus produce, because we have to talk about, okay, well, how is it even possible for us to be rational? Right. And so, again, I don't see any deductive or inductive way to get around the fact that, like, even our rationality had to come from something rational. So, like, if you could just give me any reason, I guess, to believe that non-rationality can produce rationality, I think that would work.
Yeah, okay. So I think I would probably ask you, do you think God is rational?
sir. Yep.
And where did God's rationality come from?
Yeah, so this would be a little bit different, right? Because what I'm saying is that when we see rationality in the effect, it must come from rationality, right? But God is the cause of rationality, right? He's the uncaused cause. So we can't necessarily apply these same conditions to God because God is independent. So God is the first cause. I'm just saying in order for us to have the capacity to reason, that must also come from something with the capacity to reason.
So do you think that God is like a thing that has the capacity to reason? Because it seems like we have like kind of a, it seems like you're like flipping your proposition at will, that like at first you're saying that God has the capacity to reason, but that's okay because like he's just like the uncaused causer. But then you're also going and flipping it towards the idea that like humans still, like everything with rationality needs a like an ultimate rational cause, but it seems like God is a thing with rationality, but he doesn't need an ultimate cause.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So we can't have an infinite regression. So that's I'm kind of saying like infinite regression is like, it's metaphysically impossible. So we can't have, an infinite amount of causes to produce a effect. What I'm saying is that God is the giver of what is rational, right? But he himself must have the property of rationality or the capacity to give it in order for us to have it. But we don't apply those same conditions to God because God is independent. So there must be something that everything depends upon it, but it depends upon nothing. This is what we call God. He's independent and necessary. And so that's why in order for us to contain this property of rationality, this property has to be derived from something with the capacity to produce that property, and materiality does not sufficiently have that property.
Wait, why is what? Okay, I'm confused on the problem with an infinite regress. Like, don't you agree that negative infinity exists?
Not metaphysically.
You don't think? Would you think
When you
infinity
say
exists?
when you say exist, like what? How are you defining existence in this context?
Well, so I'm just talking about like in your worldview, like something that is like in line with reality, probably.
Yeah, infinity is really interesting, brother. I don't know if we. I don't really know if we want to get down. I don't. I don't think. Okay, so are you saying existing in like a metaphysical way? Because I don't like. Are you just providing like an internal critique? Because I don't know.
Yeah, it's like kind of an internal critique. I'm not sure what the problem is with like infinite regress, but it seems like if concepts like infinity or negative infinity exist, then that would seem to indicate that there's actually no problem with an infinite regress.
Yeah, I don't think those things exist in a sense that you're referencing existence. And again, I'm not really a big fan of eternal critiques because I believe in trying to seek for truth. If you're critiquing my worldview, it would seem that you already have the assumption that your worldview is true. So many philosophers, I'm against the internal critique format because in order for you to even critique my worldview, it's assuming that your worldview is accurate. So that's why I'm trying to because you're the one making the positive claim here, and so that's why I kind of want to just stick with your basic proposition.
Oh, yeah, wait, so do you think that numbers exist though?
Do I think that numbers exist? So yeah, numbers exist in a metaphysical way. Yeah.
Okay, but you think numbers exist in a metaphysical way, but you don't think like infinity as a concept exists in a metaphysical way? Do you think that there's like, do you agree that numbers are never ending?
Yeah. So as a metaphysical concept, I believe there are an infinite number of numbers, but I believe when we say existence, like what are we actually meaning by that? Because you're using the term metaphysical. But there's not an infinite number of things in the physical world. So, I mean, numbers would actually just exist as some sort of derivative property of God's mind. That's all we kind of know about numbers when we get down to their ontology.
But you think that you would agree that there are like an infinite number of metaphysical numbers.
Yes.
So what's the problem with an infinite regress?
Yeah, so infinite regress is going to be indicative of like causal relation, not necessarily like ontological property. So when we're talking about infinite regression, right, we're talking about so like for instance, if I say, yo, Ian, I want you to go to the store, and the store is an infinite number of miles away, right? You will never reach that store. So the whole thing is when we talk about infinite regression, we're talking about how causes and effect relations work, and how in order to get an effect, you must have one necessary cause, right? Because if you have an infinite number of causes, going all the way back, you will never have an effect.
Wait, but wouldn't I be able to reach the store if I traveled an infinite number of miles?
No, sir. No, Ian.
Wait, so you're I just want to be clear. So you're saying that if the store is an infinite number of miles away and I travel an infinite number of miles that I wouldn't reach the store?
Yeah, so the whole so yeah, so thank you so much, brother, for that really good question, man. I'm gonna be honest, Ian, that's really smart of you, brother. So yeah, so the whole thing about infinity, right? So Ian, let me ask you a question. What is infinity minus infinity?
Well, it depends because there's like different scales of infinity. Infinity as a concept just means like never ending.
Okay, so 1 second.
It's like not an actual number.
Okay, yeah. So 1 second. So let's say I have a number line, right? Starting from like, one, all the way up, you know what I'm saying, to infinity. And I say, Ian, I want you to take away all of the odd numbers, right? Let's say we subtract all the odd numbers. So we're doing infinity because there's an infinite number of numbers minus infinity, all the odd numbers, because that's an infinite number of odd numbers, and we still have infinity. So infinity minus infinity is infinity.
But that's so the reason for that is because infinity is I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just get excited about math. I have a math degree.
Yes,
so
sir.
the problem with that is that infinity is not a number. It's just a concept that things are never ending, and there's like a lot of different scales on which things could be never ending. So for example, if you took like any like conceivable like decimal number between 0 and 1, there's going to be like infinitely many more of these than there are like just numbers, like whole numbers from negative infinity to positive infinity. Infinitely many more. There's just like radically different scales of infinity, and we could evaluate that specifically, like your claim specifically, if we wanted to throw it into like like a limit calculator, for example, where we could calculate the limit as x approaches infinity of 2x, all the even numbers and odd numbers, minus x, all of the odd numbers. And we would in fact get infinity as our result, because we would get limit of x approaches infinity of x, which is infinity.
Yeah. So yeah, Ian, that's a great, that's pretty much what I'm saying. When we look at like infinite ray, right? Infinity is going to be used in a certain type of different context. So that's why I'm saying it kind of just depends on how you're using infinity. And so that's why I was saying like infinity is not something that's like derived from like the physical or natural world, because there's not an infinite number of things, right? And so we look at math. That's a great case for the existence of God, because when we look at math, we have this concept, right? There's an infinite number of numbers. We know that this specific metaphysical concept cannot exist in the physical world, right? Now you're anomalous, so you don't believe there actually is. You just believe in particulars, and so what you believe is that when we have a number, the number one, there is no metaphysical transcendent like one thingness, right? You just believe that we give the number one, the actual like word one, that the linguistic feature, but there is no metaphysics, right? And so I think that leads to many absurdities in your worldview.
Wait, so you said that there's like no infinity in the physical world, but I would just ask you, how many dots could I put on this piece of paper?
You said how many dots could you put on a piece of paper?
Yeah, like how many dots could I put on this piece of paper?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I know it'd be finite. Yeah.
You don't know? Wait, so if I had like, we're just talking about like possibility, like modality, like how many dots is it possible to put on this piece of paper if infinity doesn't exist?
A finite amount. Not an infinite.
Why? What makes you say that it's going to be a finite amount? It seems like
because
it would be like an infinite number.
Yeah, because a dot is going to take up a certain amount of space. And so when you say infinity, now you're talking about an infinite amount of space, but a dot is going to take up a specific amount of space. So you can't put an infinite number of dots somewhere, because even if it's down to the tiniest little thing, it's still going to take up a certain amount of space on that paper. So you're not going to be able to put in an infinite amount.
Yeah. So how many times could I like dot the exact same place?
You're just talking.
Just like anywhere. Yeah.
Oh, anywhere. Yeah. I mean, you could, but that's, bro, that's not what I mean by like infinity in the physical world though. Like you're talking about like some sort of like modality, like like hypothetical, right? That's not what I'm talking about. That's why I said infinite regression is not metaphysically possible, right? Like in the sense of, logic, it could be logically possible, but it's not metaphysically possible, right? That's why I gave you the distinction.
Wait, okay, so what's going to be the distinction? Why is it not metaphysically possible for me to dot like this paper an infinite number of times?
Yeah, so yeah, it would not be metaphysically possible because number one, you're not an infinite being. Number two, um, like we don't have an infinite amount of time, right? So we're within time right now. We're not outside of time. And so when we talk about, metaphysically possible and logically possible, we can deal with metaphysics that aren't bound by time. Right now, we're talking about, things that are, that are metaphysically possible, which now we're within time. And within time, we have different, contingent, causal, and effect relations. So that's going to be just a little bit different. But and like I again, man, I'm just kind of asking like, what reason do I have to believe that the not God world is true? 'Cause I don't think that you've given me like any sufficient reason to believe that. Like,
Yeah, wait, but I just want to before we like move away from this, do you think that was an infinite being when he existed on Earth?
by way of how are you using infinite being? Are you
Well,
saying,
because you said that God is an infinite being, so I'm just asking you, when Jesus existed on Earth, do you think Jesus was an infinite being?
but like by what? So Jesus had two different natures. So the whole thing is, Jesus in his human nature was not infinite, but in the divine nature, which never came into time, he was infinite.
Did Jesus exist in time though?
Yeah, by way of his human nature.
So his divine nature never existed when he was in his human nature.
No, his divine nature still existed. His divine nature never came into time because his divine nature is transcendent. However, you cannot separate the natures. So Christ, while he was on earth, had a divine nature and a human nature. However, his divine nature, his divine nature never came within time, only his human nature.
So Jesus's human nature existed within time, but his divine nature existed outside of time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So Jesus existed in both time and also outside of time.
No, he didn't exist in both time and outside of time, right? So you have to talk about the person of Christ, right? So the divine nature, right, was always outside of time, but the person of Christ came into time. That's why the Bible says God took on a human nature, right? So he did not both exist inside and outside of time by way of person, but only by way of nature. The person of Christ was inside of time.
So did Jesus always embody his divine nature?
No, he did not. Well, when you say always embody, he did not always have a human nature. I don't know what you mean by
No,
embody.
no, no. Did he always embody his divine nature?
Did he always I don't. How are you using embody in this context?
Yeah. So when we take properties, these properties are both like transcendent and immanent. That they both exist in like an abstract sense, but specifically that they're embodied by individuals. That, for example, like red hair can exist as like an abstract concept. It's transcendent, but it also exists immanently inside of people who actually have red hair. So I'm just asking, did Jesus embody his divine? Was there ever a time where Jesus didn't embody his divine nature?
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, he always has had the divine nature. I mean, Jesus is God. So all persons have the divine nature. So
So did Jesus have his divine nature when he existed inside of time?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had it by way of, yeah. So he had it by way of that he was ontologically identical to God, right? Because he's fully human, he's fully man and fully God. However, that's what I'm saying. We have to separate, kind of the distinction between persons and natures, right? Because I think that's kind of where we're getting hung up. Because Jesus, he was a person, right? But he had two different natures. So yeah, that's kind of we can't separate that.
Gotcha. So what do you mean when you say that his divine nature existed outside of time?
Yeah, so there was never a point in time when God came into time, and it's in a metaphysical ontological sense because God does not change. So God cannot actually come into time. When we mean that, when the Bible says, when the time had came, God sent forth His only begotten Son. God sent forth Himself by way of the human nature. However, Jesus was still God because Jesus had two different natures. However, that divine nature never came within time. So the person of Christ, right, came within time, but the divine nature of Christ never can come within time because God does not change, and anything in time is constantly changing.
Wait, so you think that Jesus always embodied his divine nature, but would you agree that like when Jesus grew up into an adult that he changed?
Yeah, by way of his human nature. That's how I was saying. Yeah.
But so is one of the properties of God being unchanging?
Yeah.
So one of the properties of Jesus is being unchanging.
No, that's how I was saying, bro. You keep mixing the two. So that's what I'm
Is
saying.
Jesus God?
Yeah, but he's also fully man, right? So that's the thing. So Jesus is God, by way of his, ontology, in the sense that Jesus he's the visible image of the invisible God. He's the character of God. He was God made manifest in flesh. But the whole thing is God took on a human nature, so he was fully human. He slept, he ate, he talked, he went to the bathroom, he had all these things that humans do, he still did. And so the Bible says he grew in wisdom because the divine nature allowed the human nature to be limited.
So let me ask you like a major premise. So if someone is God, they do not change. Do you agree or disagree with that premise?
If someone is God, they do not change. Yeah. So by God, what do you mean? Are you saying
Whatever you mean when you say God, like the Christian God in this sense?
if a thing is God, they do not change? Correct.
Yeah. So if a thing is not God, is God, then they do not change. Do you agree that Jesus is God?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you would agree that Jesus does not change.
Yeah, by way of his divine nature. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
So okay. The first conclusion, I just want to be like very clear. The first conclusion is that Jesus does not change. And you agree with that?
I never
that Jesus
said that.
does not
No,
change.
I never said Jesus not changed because you're not understanding.
You literally
Jesus-
just agreed to that.
Bro. I never agree with that because you're saying Jesus is God. You're saying God is not changed. You're trying to twist my words. What I'm saying is Jesus Christ had two different natures. So when we talk about God, we're talking about the divine nature, right? And so we have one divine nature being held, being possessed by relative identity to three different persons, right? And so Jesus Christ, the divine nature, the always exists, the Word of God, took forth a human nature. So he's man as well as God. So you're trying to say that Jesus changed. You're talking about God. I'm talking about the divine nature. Jesus is God by way of ontology. I already told you that, bro.
Okay, yeah. So wait, let's run through the premises again because I thought you agreed with all of them, but maybe I was mistaken. So the major premise is if someone is
I'm gonna go
God.
this one more time with you, bro. But then we have to get
Wait.
because you're not defending your argument, bro. And
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
asking
Well,
all
but I
these
just want
questions. I
to.
already answered you, brother. And you're.
Wait, I
this is
just want to. Well, I just want to be
brother,
clear because
think we've been
I could have
very
sworn you agreed with both the
respectful.
major premise
Man,
and the
I think
minor
we've been
premise.
very respectful, bro. Listen, brother, and I think we've been very respectful, but I don't appreciate this because I've already answered your question and you have not defended your position. I asked you to give me a reason to believe the not God world is true, and you never did. Okay, all you brought up, you talked about Occam's razor. I destroyed Occam's razor. I want you to give me a reason to believe the not God world is true, brother. Because I've been
Wait, but
very
it
honest
seems
with you,
it seems
very
like we're
respectful.
pivoting away from like the obvious contradiction in the hypostatic union.
Bro,
So the first premise again is just if someone is God, then they do not change. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Gosh, bro. Okay, so for the sake of, so I'm gonna have to disagree with that premise because yeah. So again, you're using God. So you say if someone is God, they do not change. What I'm
Yeah.
asking you is, are you referring to the divine nature when you say God?
I'm just referring to whatever you mean by God.
Okay, yeah. So right there, if you're referring to what I mean by God, then put divine nature. So say if something is a divine nature, it does not change.
So the sense when I say is God, I'm using that in the same sense when you say Jesus is God. So I'm just asking if someone is God, do they change?
Yeah, so when I say is God, right? Again, what we're using the is of like relative identity, right? And so you're talking about absolute. I don't know when you say is, you talking about like numerically identical, right? So A and B, A can be the same B elliptical to X if X is the sum of the intrinsic properties of A and B, right? And so what we're talking about is Jesus is relatively identical to God. He's not absolutely identical, right? So we're talking about relatively identical. You can use that, right? But Jesus is God by way of Jesus. Jesus is he fully possesses the divine nature. He has the divine nature, but Jesus is not. When we talk about absolute identity, when you say 1 equals to 1, that's not how we use it in this context because that leads to absurdities. We don't have three gods. We have one God, one divine nature by which three persons are all relatively identical to the divine nature. So that's what I'm saying, sir. You keep misusing my argument. You keep straw manning me. Bro, I'm trying to get to your position because I've already made this very clear and you keep giving me the same argument and you're not defending your position, bro. I thought we've been very honest today.
Yeah, but it seems like we're just pivoting away after a little bit after we hit a contradiction
Pivoting
because
away,
and,
bro.
and in the first place you agreed with like
Ian,
both of
nobody's
the
pivoting away,
premises,
dude.
and then
Ian,
you got like upset about the
Ian,
conclusion.
Ian.
So
No,
I just
no,
want
I
like a
didn't get upset with the conclusion.
I
You're
just want
saying,
like a clear like a wait. I'm sorry. I thought we were doing like a pretty good job of not interrupting each other, but I just want like a pretty clear like. Do you agree that if someone is God, they do not change?
bro, what do you mean by is, bro? Like again, dude, what are you
What do you wait?
talking?
Are you unfamiliar with the word is or
But how are you using? Is that the is of
in
identity?
the
The is of
standard
relative identity?
way?
The is of predication? Like I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah,
Like we
I'm
already
so I'm
talked about.
using. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead, bro. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So I'm using is basically in the sense that we use it in like standard language that like
That's
Ian is uh like 23.
okay. Yeah. So that's so that. Thank you. Wait, one second, and I just want to say this. Thank you guys so much for watching this debate, man. My Cash App isn't about everybody, just for all the Christians that genuinely, man, are enjoying this content. I'm gonna be shouting out everybody who sends a Cash App. My Cash App is QTop7, everybody, and just drop a follow, man. I just glory to God. Thanks to the brother Ian for bringing me up on his page. He doesn't have to do this, guys, and he's the only actual atheist that's willing to really get into the weeds and try to have this type of discourse. So.
Yeah,
Thank you,
but
guys.
I mean
But yeah,
that's not what your Cash App used to be clear.
yeah, that is. So,
Oh,
so yeah.
wait, do you want to hear like a clip of yourself?
Bro, stop, dude. This
Wait,
is what you
does
guys
someone in the
do.
Discord have
Ian,
the clip of him
stop.
saying
This
it
is what
or
you guys do, bro. Look, you keep saying that's not what my Cash App used to be. You don't understand the story. I already posted a whole video, and I'm not going into this, bro. I'm not going into this right now, bro. So you're not gonna be that into. We've been doing good, brother. We've been doing so good, and I refuse for you to. You guys see how he's pivoting? Do you guys see how he's running away? And that is sad, bro.
No, wait,
That's
but you
really
just
sad what
you
you're
just
doing.
decided to you just
So
like out of
sad what
nowhere
you're
decided
doing.
to plug your Cash App.
Bro, because what do you mean out of nowhere I decided, bro, what do you mean, bruh? What do you mean I decided out of nowhere? Bro, that's what we do. We debate, bruh. Yo, my boy Tom Williams with the $5 over Cash App, man. Thank you so much, Tom Williams, for the $5 over Cash App, man. Thank you so much, brother. God bless your soul. Thank you, brother. This is from El Shaddai. Thank you, brother. God bless you, man. Thank you.
Oh wait, so you're claiming that your Cash App was never rich in Christ 777.
Bro, that's not what I'm claiming, dude. I already posted. Like, bro, what is you on? Like, dude, what is
So
you on right now, bro?
so
Like,
if I like let's say that I
chat, do y'all see what they do?
so
What is
so
happening?
if we just went like really quick to like Google or whatever and then we typed in with the quotations rich in Christ 777, you're saying
Yo.
this isn't your account? This isn't like Christ Gang official,
Bro,
it's not
that's
you?
my account. That's my account. That's my account, folks.
Yeah, so but it says
I already explained this, bro.
yeah, wait, so what's going on here?
And I already explained this. I'm not going to get into the situation. I would really appreciate if we can get back to the argument.
But what is this?
Bro, and I'm gonna be honest, bro. This is exactly what we see from cowardly atheists because I already explained myself, I don't feel obligated to repeat myself. I made a whole video addressing this whole situation of false allegations. So yeah, I don't feel a need to address this any longer.
Wait, but like, would you? Because I haven't seen that. I haven't heard the video. So could you just like?
Oliver Polakowski? I'm sorry, bro. I'm really bad at pronouncing. I'll just say Oliver Paulo for bless you, bro. Thank you so much for the $7 over Cash App, man. Thank you so much. God bless you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Wait, but like, just like, what's your like this?
Yeah.
This is your account, Christ
So,
Gang
yeah.
official, QTop 2.
Yeah.
Here it is. It says the old Cash App.
Yeah. So,
So I mean, like literally anyone can go and do the search themselves. They can just like do in quotations cash, like the cash symbol, rich in Christ 777 on Google, and then this will come up.
yeah, I understand that, Ian. So everyone, yeah, my Cash App isn't about if you do want to support. It's just QTop7. My Cash App is not Rich in Christ 777. He's actually talking about an old Cash App, and I already explained this whole.
Oh wait, so this
situation.
did used to be your Cash App, it seems.
Yeah. So.
So
Ian,
this
I'm not
this
gonna get
was
back into
so
this.
so
Ian,
then
I'm
like
not gonna
Parker is
get
like
into
correct in
this.
his
Bro, Ian,
screenshots
stop
or
running, bro. Can you stop running, dude?
but wait,
Like,
but you just agree that so you would agree that
Oh
Parker's
my
screenshots are like true. That you actually this was your Cash App or it used to be.
I try to have a good faith conversation, everyone, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you should pay Parker. I mean, that seems to be the honest thing to
Yeah.
do.
So can you prove that I owe Parker money? Can you give me
Yeah, I
a
think
logical,
Parker can
deductive
prove that you
argument?
owe him money.
No. So can you
Insofar as
no, 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 no.
insofar as like
Don't say
Parker
you
has like
think Parker can,
screenshots.
bro. Don't say you think Parker can prove. Can you give me a deductive argument or
Deductive argument.
yeah,
You
yeah,
want a
yeah. Because you want
deductive
to talk about deductive
argument
argument.
for
Yeah,
why
give
you
me a
should pay
deductive
Parker
argument for
back?
why. Yeah, exactly, Ian. Because you want to talk about yeah. Let's talk philosophy, right? And so you're saying you don't even know what happened. You're a third party source, and you're claiming that you know information, and then you're asking me dumb questions that I already posted a video addressing this, and you're scared and you're cowardly. Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is God. I already came here and I defended the gospel. I exposed your worldview. You said Occam's razor. There's no reason to believe God doesn't exist.
Wait, but
because God
this is
true,
like
and
you're
God
just
is
like
the
kind of
King
all over
Kings
the
and the Lord of
place.
Lords. Jesus Christ is God.
Wait,
Jesus Christ is Lord.
but
All
you're
my
all over the
Christians,
place at
my
this
Cash
point.
App is Q Top 7, guys. Q Top 7, guys.
Yeah, but
Thank you guys so
it
much.
didn't
We
always.
destroyed another
Why do
atheist.
you keep doing this?
I destroyed another atheist, man.
Q-Top,
Jesus
why
Christ
do
is
you
Lord.
keep doing
Jesus
this?
Christ is God. And
then
now we have another
every time
atheist.
someone calls you out, you go
Now
into
we have
this,
another atheist.
this like
And now
manic
we have another
episode.
atheist.
Like
Wow. Thank you so much for the $1 over Cash App, man. I appreciate you. Pooh Bear. I
Like,
appreciate you, bro.
I'm over here. I'm having a panic attack. I have to stop having a panic attack just to hear you fucking blabber on about how you don't owe Parker money, Nick. Bro, yes, the fuck you do.
Okay, yeah. So can you give me a
Yes,
logical
you
deductive?
do.
You give me okay. So
We don't
can
need
you
logic. We don't need logic and deduction.
We don't need logic. We don't need logic. So
We don't
perfect.
need
In the words
logic.
of Baby Bop,
I'm
that
not
sums up
even
her
done
whole
speaking.
channel, guys.
Yo, wait.
We don't need logic.
Yeah,
That
like
sums up her
Tashika's
whole
like
page.
we don't need
We
to
don't need
like Phil
logic.
bro this. Like you like very clearly
No.
owe him money. Like everyone knows this. Like
Yeah, can
just
you prove
admit
that
that you
claim?
owe him money.
Lisa L,
I
thank
don't-
you
I
so
don't
much for
understand what
the
you
galaxy.
lose.
God bless you guys, man. This is
I
persecution. Look,
just want to know, like, I don't know what you lose by
this is
disadmitting.
persecution, guys. This is persecution. This is what every Christian faces.
Yeah,
Man, this
Christians
is what
love
every
I think you give Christians like a genuinely bad name if you like when you do things like this. Because this is
Christians love
like it's
being
just like very dishonest, right?
This is what they
Like,
did to Jesus, guys. This is what they did to Jesus.
Evan,
oh
thank you
wait, you
for
think
this, guys.
that's
what they
really
did to
funny
Jesus.
actually?
Exactly what they did to Jesus,
Bro,
guys.
this is what they did to
gaslighted him.
Jesus. Someone
Greg,
gave
thank
Jesus
you
a loan.
so much,
Someone gave
Greg
Jesus a
Gullen,
loan,
for the
and
$10
then
over Cash App.
and then they tried to collect the loan on Jesus, and then Jesus like
Hazel,
changed his
thank you
Cash
so much
App.
for
This
the
is exactly what they
$3
did to
over Cash App.
Jesus.
Thank you guys. No,
It's
what they did to
it's just in the
Jesus,
books, man.
what they did to my Cash App isn't about. Thank you all so much for all the Christians sending. Thank you guys. I
Yeah,
love
you should.
thank
By this
God
time, you
bless
should have enough.
So,
You should have enough. to
Baby
pay that
Bop.
Parker.
So look, man, I remember when Baby Bop, first came on Parker's platform, and her logic has not even like increased. Like you would think people, get smarter.
My
I think Baby
logic?
Bop
What are you
is
talking
actually.
about?
I think Baby Bop is actually, decreasing
Baby
in like
Bop?
intellectual aptitude. Yeah, your name is Baby Bop, and it's a shame, Baby Bop, because it's just a shame, man. You're a black woman. You're just a black woman, man. I wish all the black women would just come to Jesus Christ. I wish everybody would come. Oh, thank you so much for the ice cream. Wow, thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, this is what he does. He's like genuinely cashing out. We, as a collective, we need to stop platforming this loser.
Yeah, so this is exactly what the atheists say.
I'm a
when
little
they
bit
can't
confused.
defend
You
their
said, you
faith.
said you were done debating.
This
us.
is exactly
I-
D-Boy. Thank you so much for the $3 over Cash App, man. Yeah, I said I was done debating a specific group of people.
You think Ian wasn't in the fucking pack, bro?
That never
Ian
included
wasn't in the pack,
Ian,
bro?
because Ian is the smartest of you guys.
think
Like
Ian
this dude
wasn't
has
in
a
the pack,
master's
bro?
degree, bro.
You think Ian's
This
not in
dude
the
has
fucking group chat?
this dude has a master's
Wait, do you think that I'm
Wait.
like disconnected from like Parker and Tashika and Dean and like all the rest of them?
Like, be so
Yeah,
for real.
so I don't care about like your own like relations.
Ian, he
right?
hasn't seen the fucking group chat.
He doesn't know about the group chat.
You think we're not all in
Yeah,
cahoots,
I
bro?
don't.
Like, what the
I
fuck
don't.
are you talking
Yeah,
about?
so I don't care, right? I'm talking about myself and what I'm gonna do, right? I never said I wouldn't talk to Ian.
But
right?
okay,
'Cause,
but do you
I don't
acknowledge that your
care, like,
story
what
in this
relationship
situation has changed like fundamentally? That it used to be like, well, your Cash App has always been Q top like 7 or Q top 4 or whatever it was, or whatever it is now. But then like you admitted with just like the Google screenshot that that's actually not the case. You actually did change your Cash App.
But wasn't this after people started requesting $1,000 from me?
Yeah, so I already made a video addressing this. Thank you guys so much for the Cash Apps, man. Thank all my Christians, man. Wow, you got man. The Bible say the Lord loves the cheerful giver. It is, man. It is such a blessing to be
And
in
it
the
would
Lord.
not be
Thank all my
you.
Christians.
That's really ironic.
This is persecution, guys,
Persecution of
and
what?
It's
Yeah,
crazy. Man.
persecution of people
Even
who
your
don't pay
God,
their loans back, maybe.
yeah,
Like,
This is
even your God
persecution,
believed that persecution ought to happen. When
yes.
it does.
bro, the fucking repo men,
Yeah,
oppressing
baby
me,
Bob.
or
You're using
the
words.
Oh my God,
repo
you're
men
prosecuting
persecuting
me.
One
me.
second. Wait, baby Bob. Wait, can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, even your God believes in this type of justice.
What do you mean type of just? Like you said, you used the word ought.
Oh, in what context? What did I say?
No, you said
I
that
didn't
you
hear
said
it.
Yeah, you said that you said your God believes like persecution ought to happen. At least that's what I.
Your God believes in this type of persecution. I don't see why you're like, come on.
When you say believes
Rebel
in
like
it,
the
yeah,
divorce.
the Bible, yeah, Jesus Christ predicted it, right? He said that
It wasn't
blessed are
persecution,
those.
I love. Your God believes that people like you should be prosecuted.
Okay. Yeah. So it
It's
says
not a
it says
positive thing. It's not on
persecuted
the
are
same level
those
as Jesus.
when they revile. It says blessed are those when they revile all type of evil things and utter all
I
type of
don't
things.
think a person like you
So
has the right to quote these particular
this is
verses.
exactly what is happening, right? Because
A
I
person
was
like
having
you
a
does
good
not
faith.
have the right to
I
quote
was
these
having a
particular
good faith
verses.
conversation with Ian. I thought it was a very respectful conversation.
Never
And then
with
all
you.
of a sudden, this guy shifts and he starts. You guys see that? You guys see how we're having a
Not a
perfectly
guy,
normal
but
conversation? I'm
girls.
debunking everything he says. I'm just
Not a
debunking it.
he, but
And
go
what
off.
happens? He pivots, talking about a false
Not a he,
account,
but go
a
off.
false story.
Wait, you think it's
And
a
I
wait? So
already
you think
addressed it. Look, everyone,
it's a
I
false
already
account?
addressed
So
it.
wait, now it
Hallelujah.
never happens.
This is
to
what
us?
happens. And I'm
Wait,
armored for God.
bro,
And
how
I'm on
like
fire for
twisted
the
into a
Lord.
pretzel?
This is
How
what
absolutely
happens.
cooked
This
do you
is
need to
what
be
they
to fall
do.
for any of this? Like, what you need to be like so unbelievably
This
cooked.
is what they do.
Yo,
This
wait,
is what they do, guys. Blessed are
Tashika,
those.
could you mute him while I play the
I'm
video?
on fire,
Okay.
Yeah.
fire for the Lord.
Is Rich in Christ 777. Everybody right now. Again, my cash app is Rich in Christ 777. Everybody that cash apps, I'm talking about. Hey, my boy JC with the $50 over cash app. Thank you so much, JC, for the 50.
Cash
Yep, yeah, there it is. Well, but did that come through like clear enough, or did everyone hear that?
Yeah, I
Yep.
remember.
Well, bro's cooked.
I just don't know what you lose by just admitting this.
Yeah.
But I think it's mainly because like you're in debt to Parker, who is an avid atheist, and I think that really hurts your pride that you're in debt to someone who you believe is morally lesser than you.
Well, yeah, like you could even like turn it into like I don't know why you would lie. You could even like if you wanted to. Everyone would think you're like a scumfuck bastard, but you could like definitely turn it into like a win if you wanted to. You could be like, wow, like I tricked Parker into like giving me the money, but like why lie about it? Like come on, just be honest.
It makes you seem pathetic.
Yeah.
And then you sin on top of that. Like you're just taking so many L's, so many biblical L's.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't imagine hearing this. I was having a panic attack. I heard this, stopped having a panic attack. You know what? Thank you for that. I really do appreciate you for that.
Thank you guys so much, man, for all the cash apps. All my God bless you guys.
Genuinely.
We are
so,
united.
So how deep into the paying Parker back fund are you?
What's pretty much gonna happen is just gonna kick me, guys. I'm defending
No,
the faith.
Yeah, wait.
and
I think we would have
it's-
kicked you like earlier. It seems like you're like desperate for like a reason to leave because you tend to like
No, it's
project
not-
things
it's
onto
not
other
I'm
people.
desperate. I
So when
wanna-
you're saying like
let you take the
well you're gonna
background.
kick me,
What
what
is
you actually are
happening?
saying is that you want to
Yo.
run.
Yo,
Yeah,
what is the? All right, I'm about to go
wants to
live.
kick.
I'm gonna go live, guys.
Yeah, oh,
Right,
so he's
right. So
running,
you want to
yeah.
leave? So you,
I don't know why,
yeah,
bro.
right,
Why
so
are
go
they
off.
taking the
He
back?
wants to
Why did you
leave.
take the? So you just don't want to debate anymore? Like, is that what's going on?
Well, I think that you should pay Parker back, quite frankly.
Oh my!
I think
God,
I like at the
Look at
bare
this.
minimum. At the
This
bare
is
minimum, you should
crazy.
say
So look, guys,
I
I
don't
can't
think
prove
anyone's
at the
anything.
surprised
bare
from you
minimum.
until
Bare
you
minimum.
prove
You should just say that
guys.
Parker gave you the
He
loan.
literally can't prove it. Like, this is so sad. He literally
We
can't
literally
prove
can
anything.
though.
He literally
he's
has
proved it like
no
a
proof.
million
Literally
times.
can.
He has no proof anything. I've literally made a
wait, I
whole
think I actually
video
have screenshots of it.
explaining
Wait a
this
minute. Hold
entire
on.
story, and I
Wait a
will
minute. Let me
literally,
see if I
guys,
can actually
for
find
the
it.
sake, guys, for the sake of this chat, I will literally like
Wait a
re-upload
minute.
the
Wait a
post
minute.
explaining this whole thing because I wasn't even going to address it because I was just like, I don't feel the need
screenshot of
to.
it.
But I will literally
Hold on.
re-upload it, guys. And this is what we see, man. I'm a Christian. I live on fire for the Lord, and what you see is atheists who just do that. I was having a good faith conversation. I mean, we was having such a good faith, honest conversation. Next thing I know, What? This dude, he's spiraling.
Yeah, I wasn't even gonna bring it up, but you
Look,
decided to like
background
plug your
noise.
Cash App, so I guess like why not? You know?
Plug the cash, bro. But you talking about plugging the brother? Look,
Or is it in my
the Bible say
Discord?
the Bible say look, man, look, Ann. The Bible say be a cheerful giver. So any Christian who wants to sow a seed to the ministry, because all the proceeds I put right back into the kingdom of God. Any Christian that wants to sow a seed into the ministry, I'm giving them that opportunity to show their faith and display their faith. That's what the Christian lifestyle is about. It's about giving. That's what it's about. It's about giving.
Thank you.
And so,
Oh wait, yo, Parker dropped the screenshots to the group chat.
yeah, I don't care about screenshots. I already addressed. I don't know like what you guys think. It's like this is some sort of like gotcha moment or
Parker
something.
responds
I don't-
more to prayers
like,
than
I don't
actual
understand.
God.
This
Isn't that
is-
crazy?
It's just this is some sort of gotcha moment. I don't
It
know.
literally is. Unironically.
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Unironic. Yeah, unironic.
It is a gotcha moment. Giga chat.
Oh yeah, can you guys prove that the not God world is true?
Well, wait, right now we're proving that you owe Parker money. Wait. Concede that you owe Parker money. Concede that you owe Parker money, and I'll prove the not God world is true. Yeah.
Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord.
Come
I
on.
already addressed this
wait, that's not even the only one.
Yeah.
It's not a gotcha moment. I don't
It
know.
literally
why
is.
it
Wow. Maybe if you keep on singing, no one will notice how cooked you are.
That's not a gotcha moment.
Oh,
I'm so cooked.
that's rough.
I'm
dude.
cooked.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, like this, but unironically. Wait, so earlier you admitted.
Cooked.
Oh, that's fine. So
I got
earlier
that
you would.
money.
Earlier, you admitted that in fact this was never your Cash App, but then
I
you
got that
later
money.
admitted that it was your Cash App, and then here it is,
Oh,
right there.
it's inverted,
Oh
it's inverted.
no, it's like
What if we
flipped, but you
inverted
can
it
still
like
read
that?
it, right? Like you can still
Yeah.
see the.
Prove I got that money.
You.
No.
Are you saying that Parker sent almost $2,000 to a random ass person?
Prove I got that money. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm
Wait,
gonna
so
re-upload.
Tashika,
You got the money. Hey.
Prove I got that money.
Tashika, hi. So you're basically telling me that
This girl
not
is what-
only does Q-Top owe Parker money,
she
but
sound
he
like that?
lied about taking the money, and he's also a P3DO.
Wait, you didn't know that he lied?
Oh wow, that's
Oh,
crazy.
he's been doing this for a while, mamas.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy that he's
That's
lied
crazy
about
that
it.
he's lying
And he lied
about
about it again?
it.
Bro's a
Lied about
sinner
it
for
again.
real.
And you lied about it again.
Why are you talking
That's
like
it.
that?
Fuck, are you
Why are you
good?
talking like that? Are you
Oh,
good?
you're so weird.
You're so weird.
Get it together.
Yeah, so guys, this is what they try to do.
Not to straight up
Why
play.
is he moaning into the camera?
persecute the Christians.
Bro, this is Athena. This is what they did to Jesus. They showed
This is
receipts
exactly
of
what
him
they
not
did.
paying loans back.
That's exactly what they
Honestly,
did.
if that's the case, they were based to do what they did.
Yo, low key, like fuck.
Yes.
Oh wow, that's
Pay your
y'all gonna
fucking
pay for
dues.
that one. Y'all
The
gonna pay for
Bible
that
says
one.
to pay your dues.
Look, guys,
They
you
didn't
already
say
know
it's
God.
supposed to
Exactly.
do under your worldview.
You already know God exists.
Also,
Bro, the repo man persecuting me by repoing the RV that I haven't paid back.
Can you imagine, like,
No.
you go out and you commit like tax fraud. And you're like, they're persecuting me.
Exactly.
Persecuting me.
You already know God exists.
And
man.
also trying to like Jedi mind trick us into changing the topic by just moaning into the camera. Calm down, Puff Daddy.
Yeah, so I
What are you
wasn't the
doing
one
there
that-
in the
I wasn't the one that
corner?
changed the topic.
I really
Chill,
hope that your
Puff
God.
Daddy.
I wasn't the one that
Please.
changed
You don't
the
have to
topic.
moan
Y'all-
into the
Ian changed
camera
the topic.
to literally
trying to-
have us forget the fact that not only did you take money away from Parker, but also you lied, and also you're a P3DO.
Okay.
Yep. Don't
Oh,
forget
nice.
that. Everyone, don't forget that part.
Yeah. Let's not forget that you said it would be
Let's not
okay to,
forget
like,
Q
for a
Diddy over here.
grown man to have sex with like a
grown
minor
man.
as long as they
As
have
long
their
as she
they
got
get
their-
their
So what,
period.
Weezy, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
We
I
all
think
remember
I
that.
think
You're never living that
yeah.
down.
So wait 1 second. Weezy said a grown man. So Weezy, can you just give me some sort of like objective notion of like how you'd be referring to like a grown man in this
He's
context?
trying to fill bro you, dude. We've all seen the video.
We're not
bro,
engaging
let me have a
with this shit,
conversation.
bro.
Bro, Ian, why
We're not engaging with this shit.
bro, you're not engaging.
Can you ground your meta epistemol?
what even is a minor?
Can you ground your meta epistemological theory for why raping children is wrong? What's your ontology of a child?
Yeah, where's the source for that? Tell me the logical deductions that says it's wrong.
Exactly. I mean, what even in the grand scheme of things? What even is a minor? Like, we don't know.
Honestly,
Like,
what does it
literally.
mean to have something be a bad thing? What does that even mean if you don't believe in God? The fuck?
Yes.
What a creep.
This is what they do, guys. They can't
Yes,
defend
this is what we
anything.
do.
and
Oh my
they make fun of the
gosh, the
truth.
martyrdom.
We
They
shit on
can't,
beef videos.
they can't
Yeah,
defend
we do.
it. But everybody already know God exists. It's like that.
And did. I
Everybody
actually hope
already
he
know God
exists. I hope he does.
Everybody already know God exists.
Good for you, Keyshawn. Good for you.
Everybody already know God exists. Everybody already know God exists. Everybody already know God
Well, I
exists.
mean-
What I said?
Well, maybe if you say it more times, it'll be true.
Yeah, man.
Getting bigger.
Wow. How many times do you think it takes like to say a false claim before it becomes true?
I mean,
I know.
Ian,
Like, if I-
God only-
Isn't
God only-
also like sad that isn't it also sad that the savior isn't it also sad that the savior isn't saving you from this situation, my guy?
Yeah. If God is all good, then why does he allow Q-Top to exist and run around doing stuff
Because
like
really,
this?
they always say
Exactly.
that God is going to dish out some kind of punishment. Q-Top ever think that he's the one being punished right now?
Yeah, he definitely does. Wait, like, can you imagine like the lack of critical thinking you need to have in order to like genuinely believe that like this is persecution, like being called out on your like shitty personal behavior, like that's persecution.
Q Diddy. Q Petty.
Yo, wait, are you familiar with like the one Danny story? Can I even I think Danny said the one Danny story
What
on
dinosaur?
yeah, I think it was like Q-Top had like premarital sex, and then he like begged Danny to make him into an atheist because he was like so ashamed of having premarital sex. Yo, that's crazy. That's the
What?
craziest story I've ever heard.
That's
Bro, for real,
crazy.
did not want God to be real. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Could you blame him?
Hey, Q-Top, you're not gonna unfuck her, okay? That's never going to happen.
You ain't got.
You're going straight down with it.
Because I am a
I'm
witness.
sorry.
Bro, you're still going.
You ain't got
Is this
that.
their king?
Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor.
Is this their king?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Is he good? Like he's
No, he's like losing it. Bro's losing it.
He's crashing out. He's in his alleged $500,000 home somewhere in North Philly, which doesn't fucking exist. And is jamming, just crashing out to his own music. That's what is it? Childish Gambino? Like, come on, what's going on here?
Wait, do you think do you know what the worst part of all of this is? Q-Top probably thinks he looks great right now.
No, I
doesn't.
feel like but honestly though, the fact that he would call
Jesus,
Danny
God,
and
I love
Beckham
you
to prove
guys.
that God doesn't exist shows that even he knows deep down. And I feel like he's genuinely using it as some form of a coping mechanism and as some way to like manage whatever mental health crises he's going through. Because I know quite a bit about Q-Top, but it's just not.
Ooh.
We have like 1,000 people right now.
Least to say, Q-Top needs God to exist. He needs God to exist. Or I promise you, he will crumble in the worst way possible. I mean, getting lost in the woods way possible. I mean, getting found in the woods way possible.
Oh, wow.
You know? So,
Oh, fuck.
you know, so like he
Oh,
needs God to
shit.
exist. He needs God to. This is why I keep saying that we need to stop platforming him because he's not well.
Yeah, no, that's good. I
Well.
think for some reason I keep on platforming him. I think I should stop doing that.
We really should. I think we as a collective should stop platforming him. Because when I tell you, because he said this before, the second someone can prove that God doesn't exist, he's going to unalive himself. And I'm not dealing with that.
Oh, wait, hold on. What the fuck? I don't want to prove God doesn't exist if that's what's going to happen.
You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it's just going to be a net positive. He needs God to exist. He needs for God to exist. And look, if that's what's going to keep you here and not literally anything else, W, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, there's rare occasions where I'm like, okay, maybe your belief in God is fine. And it's like times like this, except he also uses it for other stuff, which is like
Oh
super
no, he
fucked
uses
up.
it for nefarious means.
Yeah, yeah.
So like whether or not I believe that he should carry these things out is irrelevant. So look, given the fact that he believes that he should be able to like straight up screw kids.
Wait. So you're saying he's gonna take his own life, and all I need to do is beat him in a debate about God?
Literally. I'm so serious. All it takes, easy peasy, bro.
Yeah.
That means like whenever I'm done with him, he's gone. You can say that right now. Y'all don't hear from him again. I did it.
Bro,
That's crazy.
I should get like much better read up on the God debate.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. Ian's like problem of evil. Like,
Yo, wait, I gotta go get my like PhD or something in philosophy.
second. But yeah, I once made him cry by convincing him that I had like converted overnight. He freaked the fuck out. It was he's not well. He's not well. It's at this point it feels like a QB moment, but even I don't know, yeah, slightly more violent or radical.
Surprising.
But yeah, I would just say don't interact with Q-Top. It's not worth it unless you want to see that man just straight up just remove his own frontal lobe with a sawed-off shotgun. So just don't do it.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh no! Let me say something. That's an easy way out. I want to see him
Yeah.
suffer. I'm joking. Anyway, I want to. You guys.
Nah, that's wild. Oop. Wait, what the fuck? Is it just me? Oh yeah, it's just me. Well. Yeah, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Fun times. We have fun times. I love a little drama in our stream. No, but that's good to know. Yeah. I suppose I will not be platforming him anymore, knowing that those are the stakes. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Share it with your friends, drop a comment, do all the rest of it. Thanks so much, Athena, and thanks so much, Tashika, for coming on up here. I appreciate both of y'all. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. If a guest wants to come up, of course. This person's like, oh, Ian, you don't platform him. He's 10 times bigger than you. Well, that's not true because my lives get like 4 times as many as his does. So that's not quite the case. It actually is platforming him. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, doing good. How old are you?
20?
And do you think God is real?
Yeah, God exists.
What religion are you?
Christian.
Okay, so do you have proof for the truth of Christianity or an argument for the existence of God?
Wait, sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
So do you have proof for the truth of Christianity or an argument for the existence of God?
Was that proof that would convince you?
Yeah, just like proof, like philosophically strong proof for like, I don't know. I leave it open ended to if you wanted to give like a scientific argument or like a philosophical argument, or I don't know.
How are you defining philosophically strong proof? You haven't defined that.
I don't know, just something that's like convincing and compelling.
What do you mean
It's
you don't know?
It's gonna be like an intuitive thing.
But you haven't.
If it's like oh sure, if you want me to set a standard, then I can like set a standard for you. I just think it's gonna make it like less open ended. So
Well, that's the point, right? You have to
yeah,
define what
sure.
a standard
So
proof
yeah,
is.
give me a deductive argument for why God exists.
Wait, but if I give you a deductive argument, then will you accept that God exists once I give
Yeah,
you
if I
this
agree with all the conclusions and I agree that it's a deductive argument, if it's like structured properly,
But
and all
only
the
if you
premises
agree
are
with the
true.
conclusions. What is your standard of proof, sir?
Yeah, yes, just like a wait, are you trolling? This has to be a
No,
troll.
no. I'm asking for your standard of proof. I'm not
I've already
trolling.
told you it's like a
You have to
deductive
have the standard of
argument.
proof
Wait,
you're gonna
if
be
you
convinced that
keep
God
on doing
exists.
this, I'll give you like 30 more seconds of this I'll give you like 30 more seconds to give the argument. Otherwise, I'm moving on.
Well, you haven't even defined what your standard of proof is.
Yeah, so
how can
I told
convince
you like twice.
that
I'll
God
tell you a third
exists?
time. I'll tell you a third time. So my standard of proof is going to be like a
do
deductive
atheists
argument.
always argue dishonestly? Do you
I'm
even
just
believe?
asking for like a deductive argument.
Yeah, and I asked for your standard of proof, and you haven't given
Yeah, a
it.
deductive
You
argument.
just said
An
whatever
argument that
conclusion I'll agree with
that
for your
follows
deductive argument.
an argument that follows a
That's not
modus
honest.
ponens
That's not
structure
honest arguing.
with with premises that I agree to with all of them.
With premises that you agree to, but if I give a deductive argument and you don't agree with those premises, you could disagree with whatever premises I give. So what is
Yes,
your
correct.
standard of proof, sir?
Yeah, exactly. Wait, so I would disagree with them, and then you would just need to defend the premises. That's kind of how a debate
I wouldn't need
works.
to do anything. First, you need to give a standard of proof for.
I
that would
think I've already
actually
given it
convince
to you,
that
so
God exists.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm pretty sure that he was trolling, but yeah, bro's a weirdo. You just can't listen. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, share it with your friends, drop a comment as well. And with that, we will go on to the next guest. Bro, people are like, well, you're. I'm thinking about the person who was like, you know, Q-Top's actually platforming you. Q-Top is currently sitting with like 200 viewers right now. I literally have like 4 times his viewer numbers. So I think when Q-Top comes on my live and he gets to debate in front of like 1,000 people rather than like 300, I think he's getting platformed. No, I'm gonna love watching this replay live on a TikTok live poster, I think it is. Oh, sorry, Jordan. Come back on the next one. Hey, what's up, Catalyst? How's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. How old are you?
Hello. How are you doing?
Oh, you're not of age. Yo, Jordan, I'll actually take you if you want to request to join again. Jordan, if you're still here, if you want to hit the request to join button, I'd be happy to bring you on up. I'll give you a second. Sorry for dropping you. This person is clearly not of age. Make sure you're 18 or older, and if you join, don't join if you sound like a literal child. I'm not going to keep you up. But share it with your friends, drop a comment, etc., etc. And with that, we will go to the next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Curtis? Curtis? All right, bye-bye, Curtis. I think I'm actually gonna, for anyone who saw like the Q-Top live, I think I'm probably gonna clip like the hypostatic union parts of that, because I think that he looked really bad in that. But hey, what's up, Mary? How's it going?
Yeah, all I want to say is, if you don't believe in God and you truly want to be talked to with respect, do not make your whole platform of God. Like, literally, this is not even like the first time I see you on live doing this stupid shit. Like,
Yeah,
you
and
claim
it's not
you
gonna be the
don't-
last time either.
Yeah, you claim you don't believe in him, yet you make your whole like account about him.
Wait, Mary, I have 2 questions for you. So first of all, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, and the second question is, does God allow pegging in heaven?
Okay, I have a question for you. What is your like strong proof that God isn't real? Because you quite literally have never once said like why he's not real. You have not once ever proved why he's not real. All you do is bring up your math degree that nobody cares about, that literally proves nothing. Like, bro, all I'm getting from you is that you are a raging narcissist that wants to be praised. Like, bro, you can laugh all you want because
Okay. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, here's the proof. Do you think God is all knowing?
do I think what?
Do you think God is all knowing?
Like, does he know everybody?
Yeah, does he know like everything?
Yeah, he knows everything. He knew you
Yeah.
before you were even born.
And is Jesus God?
No. God is the Father, Jesus is the Son, but like they're one.
But do you think Jesus is God?
What are you talking about, bro? I literally just answered.
If you
no-
so I just want to be clear. If your answer to that question is no, you're not a Christian. Like, you're going to super hell.
Why is that? You just said you don't
This
believe
is
in God.
like
So if you don't believe in God, how am I gonna go to hell? If you don't believe in God, that means
Christ
you
is
don't
in the
believe in hell
fucking
either.
name, my dude.
Like that make no sense. You make no
Christ is
sense,
in the
bro.
name, the name of like Christian. But that's fine. So what I would ask you, does the Father know what it's like to be pegged by the Holy Spirit?
Okay, hold on. I wanted to bring up something else.
Well, that's a
You
yes
were
or no
talking about
question, my dude.
because I'm pretty sure you're one of those people that probably went through something traumatizing and then went on to say, "Oh, if God was real, why did He let me go through this? If He was real, why do the good people have to suffer? If He was real, why did this?" Because you were literally saying that about your friend with your friends a few minutes ago.
Bro's
So
bro's
just
getting like
because you go
psychoanalytic
through
with
things,
it.
just because you go through things, that does not mean that like God isn't real, that He isn't watching, that He don't care about you. None of that.
Bro's getting psychoanalytic with it.
I'm
What, do you
literally
have
just,
like a real argument, or is it just like psychoanalysis?
bro, you don't even have a real argument yourself. You have never.
Yeah,
once
okay, I'll
said
give
God
you
is
a
not
so
real.
so if God is all good, then why do earthquakes happen?
Because first of all, do you think humanity is good? Do you think everyone is good?
No.
Exactly. So
So
what
do you think
makes you
bad people
what
deserve
makes
to
you
die?
think that people that aren't even good? First of all, there is no good person. Obviously, I'm not good either because I'm actually getting like obviously I'm not being respectful right now.
Trust me, we know.
Yeah, and I'm letting it be known. I do not care, but literally that's why earthquakes happen. That's why things happen because first of all, none of us are good. None of us deserve to say, "Oh, we don't deserve that. Oh, we don't deserve this. We don't know," because none of us are good anyways. Like none of us is perfect. So that's why that happens. That's why good people die. Quote unquote good people. No one is actually a good person. That's why bad stuff like that happens and you guys love to blame it on him.
Do you think imperfect people deserve to die?
Name one perfect person.
I don't think there is one. So I'm just asking you, do you think that imperfect people deserve to die?
Okay, here's the thing though. I'm gonna say yes, but the thing is, behind Christianity, if you are a decent person, not perfect, but if you are a decent person and you genuinely feel bad for the things you do, or you genuinely care about, the hurt you've caused, and if you believe in him and you give up your life to him, that's like what's beautiful about it. You do not have, when you die, you do not have to you don't have to just like let your soul disappear, whatever. You have a chance to actually live in peace with God. You have a chance to find true peace once you die. But if you are just like literally an asshole and you like continue living life doing what you do, and like you feel no remorse and you die and you like go to hell and you just like burn there for eternity, that's kind of on you. Like it's too bad, so sad. You're not like special, bro. Like just because you think this or that doesn't make you special. That doesn't make you nothing, bro. Like you get what you get.
So do you think the people who die in earthquakes deserve to die in earthquakes?
Yes, like you want me to sit here and lie and be like, no? Yes, like everyone has bad in them. Everyone has evil in them. So like if you don't, and especially like if you do not feel bad for it or you do not like feel remorse or nothing, I'm sorry, but I do not feel bad for you. Like, and someone said, how is that beautiful, bro? Because you get to finally find peace for your soul. Like what? You finally get to be at peace. So what are you talking about?
So do you apply this to like people who suffer actions from like other humans as well?
No,
Like,
obviously, no, but that's the thing. That's literally the consequences of our own actions. Like, yes, it's sad and yes, it's tragic that people do have to go through certain things. But it's also so lame for you to live in that victim mindset and be like, oh, I didn't deserve this, so I'm gonna do this and that. Like, bro, it's how you react to it. It's how you take it. It's how you learn from it. If you want to sit there and have that lame victim mindset, that's on you, bro. Like I really do not know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Blaming,
Maybe a
bro,
good thing
victim
to
blaming. Be quiet. Like shut up, bro. 'Cause
maybe
I've
maybe
been
a
through
good thing to
stuff too,
tell
and I do
them.
not sit there and act
Maybe
like a
a
victim.
maybe a good thing to tell them would be, I'm really sorry that happened to you. If someone went through something traumatic, maybe we don't need to hit them with like the, well, you like grow the fuck up, Buttercup. Like that feels like pretty like inhuman or like it's like super insensitive.
No. I'm only acting like this towards you because, like, I've been in the live for a while and I'm pretty sure you've seen, or I don't know if you've seen, but I was, like, spamming in your comments because y'all were getting disrespectful first. Y'all were over here laughing at, what's it called, at Q-Top or whatever because y'all were saying, oh, I hope, like, he doesn't find out that God isn't real because then he's going to kill himself. And then y'all started laughing. Like, but then when I say something towards you, all of a sudden it's like, oh, my God.
Wait, do you
Like-
do you think that I'm getting upset? I think this is deeply funny. Wait, like this is like the to be
I don't
clear,
think
this is
the
like
way
a
you're fidgeting
this is like a
shows
like a perfect
that. I don't think
interaction
the
to
way
me.
that you're
Like you
fidgeting
came
shows
on,
that.
you made your religion look absolutely psychotic. You're like I don't know, you just come off as like very bad. Like I'm not mad about this interaction at all. Do you actually think you look good right now?
Bro, no, because I do not care what none of these people think about me.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I hope that we have like 700 people in here. It's like I'm not sure how
Yeah.
many people are in like a Boeing 737, but maybe it's like two of them. And just like full of people who might think like, wow, maybe being Christian is not what's up.
Yeah, but that's my thing though. Like,
Just really quickly, Mary Jane.
Bro,
and-
shut the fuck up. Like, shut up, bro. Nobody
Oh.
want to talk to you.
Anyway, but a lot of people want to talk to me. That's my job. Anyway, so I just need you to realize because again, like I say, Ian, every time, and anyone who knows me in the chat, y'all know what I say too. No book collects more dust in a Christian household than the Bible. Okay? No book is in better pristine condition in a Christian household. No book goes so untouched. Pages, you know them Bible pages be thin as fuck.
Yeah, wait, can we get a spine check on your
Okay.
Bible? Like how's the spine is like fucking pristine, it's immaculate.
Pristine. It's still in the packaging.
Has like
okay?
it has like the wrap around it.
book
Yeah.
collects more dust than in a Christian household. Okay? So, Mary Jane, you do realize that what you've done here by making your religion seem psychotic and almost making it seem cultish in nature, if there was a way to make the people
Okay,
in
can
this
I
li-
say something? Can I say
No, no. If there was a way
It's
to
not-
make the people in this live more
Mary, you can
atheists-
talk after. Mary, you can talk after.
it's not that deep. You can just chill out, okay? I understand like your religion doesn't teach you how to respect others. We get it. You think
Y'all don't know how to respect people
you
either.
think children in Middle Eastern countries deserve to die. Like I don't.
I never said that.
Let's be.
Well,
I
but you
never
said the
said
people
that.
you said the
I
people who die in
said-
earthquakes deserve to die in earthquakes. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Anyway,
Dog,
so
I'm not, it's not even.
nobody cares. Anyway, so like yeah, your Bible says that you're supposed to bring people towards God, right? Let me just ask you something. What other being in the Bible brings people away from God? Can you answer that?
Bro, y'all were literally just laughing about
What?
that.
No. What? Just one
Someone
second.
disagreed with
What
y'all.
being?
How does that make y'all look?
brings
Y'all literally
people-
are not.
I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you.
Okay,
What
but the thing is,
being-
you cannot,
Well, I'm gonna- Mary Jane, I'm gonna-
demand
Mary-
respect when you yourself were
Mary,
disrespectful
we don't
first.
require respect. We don't require respect. Not from you.
Yeah,
I
people
want you-
disrespect us on the daily. What the
I
fuck?
actually like Mary Jane. Here's the thing: we all collectively want people like you to hate us. Thank you. Right. So, like I was saying,
You did not-
like I was saying before. So, what is the being that drives people away from God?
Their own selfish reasons, like what?
Bro, this motherfucker has never read the Bible. Can you
Never
even
read the
tell me?
Bible.
Wait, can you tell me what the first 3 books of the Bible are?
Well, there's Genesis. That's
Yeah.
like how it, like, you know, how he created it.
Yeah, what's the
Does
second
you
one?
want me to bring out the Bible and we can all read
No,
it?
you should just
don't.
know it.
Off we go.
Yeah,
Embarrassing.
What's
Right.
the second book of the Bible?
What is the evil guy depicted in the Bible called?
Bro,
Who is referred
my
to as
thing
the
is
angel
now
of
I'm
God?
confused because so y'all
What are you
read it.
confused
So
about?
did y'all
Okay,
read it?
who are
So y'all read it.
who are the 4 Gospels? Can you even tell us who the 4 Gospels are?
I'm not looking for it, bro. I'm sitting here in confusion.
You should just
y'all
know
read
it. You don't need to look for
Can y'all
it.
hold on?
Wait,
Can
but
y'all
wait,
answer
what-
my
wait a
question,
minute,
bro?
Mary Jane, what were the gifts brought to Jesus during his birth?
How many wise men were there at Jesus' birth? Fuck the gifts.
What star did they follow? Damn, that's so
Keep muting
crazy.
me, bro.
Why are you up here talking about Christianity? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do the math for you, okay? Because you did not touch that Bible at all. You're not Christian, bro. You're not Christian. You're lazy, and you
Bro,
feel that
y'all are
holding,
the same one, though.
no, you feel like that holding
Bro.
these beliefs make you morally superior to others, when in fact you've just made yourself seem like a straight up narcissistic psychopath. You have no empathy. You have no empathy, honey. Spell narcissistic. Okay, then.
That's crazy.
Like I was saying
Bro, you're
before,
literally mute.
but cry. So like I was saying before, the person in the Bible that brings people away from God, he's called Satan. I didn't know if you knew that. Okay, if you go ahead and do that, who are you
Noah
parallel
built the
to?
ark for whoever said
You
that.
bring people away from God. Who are you parallel to, Mary Jane?
Will I stop getting muted? Like,
Yeah, just answer the question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Wait,
bro, I'm not answering. Okay, hold on. I'm not answering none of y'all questions because y'all never answer like our questions. Y'all have never
Well, wait.
answered.
So then give us. I'll answer 10 questions. Any 10 questions you want right now. I'll go 10 questions for one question with you.
No, but
Damn,
my
that's so
thing is,
crazy.
this is what I'm trying to tell y'all because y'all think, first of all, Jesus did not die to start a religion. If y'all genuinely think
No one-
that that's
no
what
one
it
made
is,
that claim.
Yes, you did because you quite
No.
literally are saying that I'm
No.
not a Christian, whatever, because this and that.
No.
Even if I hadn't read it, that is
No.
not why Jesus died. Jesus did not die to start a religion.
No one made
first
that
of all.
claim. No one made that claim.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
would've- you
did
would've
not
ate
die
us
to
the
start
fuck
a religion.
up
First
if
of
you
all,
said that
it's
shit.
literally about the relationship you have with
Ian,
him.
she would have ate us the fuck up if we said that.
Yeah, we would have gotten
Would've
our
ate us
ass
the fuck
beat.
up.
Yeah,
You
I don't
quite
fucking
literally,
know.
you did not have to say it directly, but that's
You would've
quite
ate us
literally
the
what you were
fuck up if
stating.
that was our
That is
claim.
quite
No,
literally
for
what you
real.
were
That's- you
stating,
would've ate
saying
that
that
up. Oh
I'm
my
not a
God.
Christian because
What
I
a
did
missed
not read
opportunity.
it.
What a
Wait,
missed
if
literally
we're
what
like
you were stating.
if you're into like arguments that like read deeply into people, then I would just say that you're a pedophile because you defend Q-Top.
Yeah. You know.
I didn't even know the whole thing I saw because I had left a lot.
I know you got a couple weird uncles that
and
come
what I
around
had
too, huh?
left off seeing was that you guys were getting on him because he had something about money, something about his cash app being Christ.
You don't know who that
Of
man
Christ or
is. You don't
something.
know who that man is.
Yeah, I
You don't know who that man is.
Yeah,
You know who he
wait,
is?
Mary, I'll be 100% good faith with you. You do not want to defend Q-Top. He's done crazy shit that
hot as
nobody
fuck.
Well, I'm
could ever defend.
open-minded to listening to y'all, but y'all do
He's a
have this.
P3D.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
understand that
like
y'all
literally
came off like
Gonna
rudely
screw
with the
your
whole
little
topic.
sister.
not the uncles catching strays.
Don't let your little sister get her period because she's not safe. She's not safe around Q-Top.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You guys were just you were just talking about how you think that people deserve to this. Well, do you not think people deserve a second chance? Because that's quite
Nope,
literally
not P3Ds.
Wait, how Mary, I just want you to answer. How respectful do you think we should be to pedophiles?
Obviously, they deserve no respect. Like I'm not gonna lie.
Exactly.
Obviously,
So
if
why
they
are you
feel-
up here?
No, but listen, this is what I've been trying to say the whole time. Like, if they feel no remorse for what they did,
Mary, shut the hell up. I look hot as fuck right now. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
That's so, oh my god, bro.
Oh my God, Dashika.
Get into it. Get into the 30-inch bust down.
Yo, wait, let's make you big.
Ooh, what the fuck? Don't look at the wall.
Whoa.
Construction right now. But look.
Damn, absolutely killing it.
She probably still talking to.
I think it's the funniest thing is when they don't unmute. And it's like, yo, they're yapping like to this moment they're fucking yapping.
no, I was literally about to say she looks pretty, bro. Like I'm not that like,
I
bro.
want you to think I'm
W.
ugly as
Trying
fuck.
to like have like I'm trying
I
to
want
get y'all to understand. Besides,
honey, I want you to think I'm ugly as fuck. I want you to think I look like a gremlin. I want you to think I'm hideous. I want you to get sick whenever you see my fucking face.
okay,
Yup.
like bro,
Yup.
like bro, I think you need to like you're low key kind of a hypocrite because obviously someone's gonna get mad if y'all disrespect what they believe
No
in
shit, that's her
first.
job.
Like,
Ooh.
okay.
Ooh. Gag it.
Okay.
Are you done?
Wait, Mary, can I just ask you, what's one proposition you think you could defend? I'll negate any proposition. I'll debate you on like the color of the sky. I'll debate you on like your own childhood memories. I'll debate you on like what 1 + 1 is. Like give me like literally any position you think you can defend and let's debate it.
The silence, bro. I'm silent because they low key be going off topic, bro. Like I'm just trying to talk about.
Wait, you're like woefully unequipped for a debate about God. So I just want to like whatever you want to debate, I'll debate you on it.
Mary, who is Satan?
That's Lucifer, bro. What are you talking about? He
Where did
the one.
Lucifer come from?
He's like, bro. He's the fallen angel. What else? Like, what do you want me to go like bar for bar? Everything I know about him.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I don't even care about Satan. Okay, like ain't nobody care about Satan, bro. Nobody
really should.
pays mind to him.
You're doing his work right now.
No, I'm not.
You literally are. If there was a way to make more people atheists, you would have just done it. Which means you've actively brought people away from God.
I did not bring people away from God.
So
This is something else I want to talk about. This is something else I want to talk about. Me bringing people away from God.
Yep, you did.
Okay.
If there was a way to make me more atheist, you
So
would have.
this is the whole thing about atheists. Y'all love to blame the people that believe in him as a reason
we
to
do.
hate on him. Because if
Yeah,
I was to ask you, what did God
I don't
do
hate
to
something
you?
that doesn't exist,
If I was to
Mary
ask,
Jane.
what did God do to you? You would not be able to.
Mary Jane. God didn't do anything to me because he doesn't fucking exist.
Real.
All right, just like the just like in Star Wars. All right, Darth Vader didn't do shit to me. I hate him as a character.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no fundamental difference between Darth Vader and God. Both are terrible people with godlike powers.
That makes no sense though. Like I'm literally trying to tell you that if you cannot give me one good reason why you hate him but like the only
I
reason
don't hate God.
literally everyone in here is proving my point. They're
no one here
saying
hates God.
yes, y'all
no one
do. Like
hates
literally,
God.
your people are proving my point. They're literally
one
over
here
going
hates
saying,
God.
"Oh, you made me an atheist." I did not make. you
Wait,
an
do you
atheist. I did not make
do you hate
anything
Darth
'cause
Vader? Mary,
Bro,
do you
God
hate
is
Darth
worth it.
Vader?
I never
Yo.
watched Star Wars.
Oh, wait, so what's like a media franchise that you have watched?
Mary, did Griffith do something wrong? Was he wrong?
I
Was
didn't.
Griffith wrong?
No, I don't know what that
Griffith
is.
wasn't wrong?
I don't know what that is, dog. I
Then
don't,
don't give an answer to it. What the fuck?
I don't
Like, what
know.
the fuck? Sis really said
Wait, do you
Griffith did nothing
have
wrong.
you what have you seen? Have you seen like Adventure Time? Have you seen like Steven Universe? Like what shows do you watch?
Did Pink Diamond do something wrong?
I don't know who Pink Diamond is. Girl, I mean, I don't know who that is. I like growing up, I didn't really watch many stuff. Like I just
Have you what movies have you seen?
Oh, your parents did a number on you. They did a good job with you. The indoctrination went heavy with you, huh? They ate with that. That's some good shit right there. That's some good shit right there. That's actually really impressive. Cause ain't shit. Real quick, put your phone to your head, knock on it. I want to see if it's hollow. VeggieTales. How about that?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even watch that
This girl
either.
lived in the fucking sewers. I'm done.
Oh my
about to-
god! Holy
I don't
fuck!
even know. I don't even know.
What shows do like?
Oh wait, I do remember one thing I used to watch all the time when I was little. I used to watch The Amazing World of Gumball.
Oh, I don't know what the I
Okay.
don't know who the fuck the antagonist in that
Okay,
is.
so the amazing. No, we don't even have to do that. The main character is Gumball low key insane.
Yes, I'm not gonna lie. He is kind of like he kind of gives me like typical depressed teenager.
No. Is Gumball like low key a narcissistic psychopath?
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie. Because in that one episode where it was like they thought it was the end of the world, and like he was like, okay. He was like, Darwin, what do you want to do? And Darwin was going into this very like emotional, very caring thing. Like, oh, I want to do this for the world. And he just started walking away. He's like, oh yeah, no, that's boring. When I look back at it, yeah, he is low key a narcissist.
I don't even remember where I was going with this, Ian. I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, I don't even
I don't remember what we were doing here.
fuck. Have you seen any episodes of Adventure Time?
No.
God fucking
Damn
damn
it!
it.
What the fuck? What? Are you good? Are you talking about us being traumatized?
Bro,
Are
like, do you need us to call like CPS? We can call CPS for you.
I don't. This isn't normal. How you watch Gumball but not watch Steven Universe? Have you watched Uncle Grandpa?
No, I don't know what that is.
Have you watched like
SpongeBob?
have you watched like fucking Harry Potter?
What the fuck did you do your entire life? Did you have cable growing up?
Have you seen what's the fucking PBS show that's like about math?
Okay,
What is
have you
it?
ever seen Cubo?
No. I just drew a lot.
Okay, so you just your parent you just ain't had shit. You just ain't had shit.
Cyber Chase. Wait. Do you have you seen Cyber Chase?
No.
Powerpuff Girls?
I remember going to a movie theater and seeing
Sesame
Transformers
Street?
one time.
The Doodle Bops?
No, girl, I don't even know who none of these are.
Oh, God, you was in the fucking you. I don't. You know what? Maybe you should be Christian because I would need to hold on to some if I was in the trenches like this too. I would need to hold on to some. I'd be in the same room as Q-Top. Jimmy Neutron, The Wiggles.
No. Teletubbies, I haven't watched it, but I've heard of it, and not gonna lie, they terrified me as a kid.
Dragon Tales, Barney.
No.
Oh, your parents indoctrinated the fuck out of you. They did a good job with your ass. They did. Don't laugh.
Yeah, to be clear,
You gotta laugh the pain away,
you're the
bro, I'm
victim here.
aware.
I just want to be, you're the victim here. I
Laugh
just
the
want to be
pain.
very clear.
Yeah, laugh the pain away. So you acknowledge they did something wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I don't live with them no more.
Session right there, Ian.
I stopped talking to them. I don't have contact with them no more.
Yeah, you should connect with all the shows that they didn't let you watch, like fucking Adventure Time and Steven Universe.
Did you even watch Animorphs or something like Goosebumps, Tom and Jerry?
No.
Were you in like a cult growing up?
This is cult
Like
shit.
in a cult?
Yeah, were you in
Yeah.
a cult?
Yeah. You guys know how you guys were just talking about pedophiles? Well, my dad, he had assaulted me, so
Jeez, I'm
so
really
that's
sorry
what-
that happened to you.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
terrible.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I know I came off as rude, but I have calmed down now, because I'm also bipolar. So, like, I get mad. Like, I can go from 1 to 100 very fast. But
I don't know. If that's,
I don't hate him. I don't hate my stepdad,
No one
He
is-
made a
no one is
mistake.
expecting you to.
He made a mistake, and he claims he feels bad, but
Hey, Mary, no one is expecting you to be angry at them. Whenever people talk about the context of like SA, they always talk about it in the context of getting justice and hating the person who did it to you. A lot of the time when it's a familial thing, it's not easy to just go, I hate them. I suffered the same thing. It's not easy. It's not easy to just go, I hate this person.
no, guys, I'm not 14. I just sound really
Yeah.
young.
No one is expecting you to hate them. No one is even expecting you to require justice. Okay? I'm very sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, me too. That's awful. You definitely didn't deserve that.
Yeah. And I don't think anyone else in the chat even has a right to question her verbiage right now. So let's
Yeah.
simmer down.
Yeah,
Let's simmer
exactly.
down.
Yeah.
Y'all phone made me tear up. Nah, I'm just saying. But
Just because you're Christian doesn't mean we think you're a terrible person, nor does that mean that we don't have any empathy.
Yeah, of course.
That's,
yeah, well, thank you. I was just trying to tell y'all, should always forgive people, and cause so I saw someone, I want to reply to someone in the thing. They said a mistake, even though he did it over and over again. Yeah, he did it over and over again, but I still
you don't need to explain yourself or your rationale to anyone. That is not. Don't listen to them.
Yeah.
First of all, they're overstepping. They shouldn't
Yep.
even fucking say that shit to you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Whenever
only
you're
thing they
talking
should be
about
saying
your
to you.
shit and your business, the only thing they should be saying to you is how can they support you.
Yeah.
Nothing else. They don't have the right to question the way that you choose to rationalize what happened to you. It is not their place to criticize the way in which you cope. It's just not. You don't need to explain shit to them.
Yep.
Out of line.
Thank you. Well, I
Hope
like
you're doing better,
the
Mary.
turn of events is way more,
Turn of events.
no.
Yeah, but don't feel ashamed. Don't feel like you have to explain things to people. You don't. You don't. People, whenever I tell people about what happened to me, they expect for me to like, oh, press charges, this, that, and the other thing. You know who did it? It's not that easy.
Yeah, it's really not that easy, you know.
Not that easy. Because sometimes you genuinely still do love the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something about, like, I noticed, like, people with very big hearts, like, you know, they have a lot of anger, but yet they can never fully, like, hate someone, so then they take it out on themselves, you know.
Yeah, I understand. That's a lot of what I did for a lot of my life as well. And if holding on to like a particular God is making you feel comfortable, then I can't sit here and say that you ought not to believe in these things if that is what's going to keep you stable. But at the very least, read the book, Mary. Read the book.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, don't join debates until you read the book.
I just realized what y'all were talking about. No, I started reading it lately because, you know, I was raised to be a Christian, but, you know, I stopped believing in him for like very similar reasons that I was getting mad about, you know, where I said, oh, just because you go through this, you can't blame him. You know, I was speaking off experience because that's what happened to me. You know, I started blaming him for a lot. I'm like, you know, it's his fault. If he truly loved me, why would he let me go through all of this at such a young age, you know? But
I mean, like, and correct me if you don't want to hear this, but like that's a lot of what I went through as well, because I found the suffering that I went through to be unnecessary, right? Like I was thinking of the problem of evil before I even knew what the problem of evil was, and like. Oh, there's an actual like mental health professional in the guest request named Phoenix, by the way, if you ever want to bring them up.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh wait, Athena also wants to. Yeah.
But yeah, so like it's perfectly it's fine to believe in these things. At least be well educated in these things. But like I was saying before, that's what I dealt with for a lot of my life as well. And then I came to a realization. One of these things don't make any sense. Two, I'm a debater. I understood that I couldn't hold to these particular views. But three, I don't need a reason for why this happened to me. And that took me a long time, right? That is a very scary thing. A lot of the time where you grow up religious, and then you let go of these religions, you don't even know what's real anymore. You experience an ego death, right?
yeah.
And then I realized there's no purpose to what happened to me. There's no rhyme or reason to what happened to me. A hurt person hurt me. And so, but there's no purpose. There's no necessary reason it happened to me, right? And that's what helped me, right? It helped me understand like some things in life just happen. And it is up to you to determine what purpose you have for that day. Like, for example, God no longer determines what purpose my life has. I determine what purpose my life has, right? When I wake up, I determine a purpose for my life. Every minute that goes by, I determine the purpose for my life.
Yeah.
Can I also say, Mary, hi, I was listening to you can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I was listening to you in the comments, Mary. As a person who did grow up in a very religious household myself, sometimes when I was angry, I was kind of shamed for my anger and kind of shamed into forgiving people, right? Like made to feel as if I wasn't allowed to feel angry. I wasn't allowed to feel frustrated. And I just wanted to tell you that even if you were to feel angry, that is 100% valid, right? It's a part of religious trauma. This idea that certain emotions you have are demonized and not a good thing to have, not a good thing to process, and you should kind of sweep everything under the rug and hide them. And I do know that myself, I was made to never process certain emotions that I had or certain things that I had gone through for that precise reason, right, Mary? So I'm not going to tell you to feel angry. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. Whatever you feel is 100% valid. But even if you were to feel angry, you should never ever be ashamed of that, right? It's not your fault. Whatever was done to you is that POS's fault. I know that that person is close to you. But I'm just going to say whatever was done to you is their fault and not yours. You don't necessarily always have to forgive and forget and force yourself to move forward. Those things are going to happen naturally. If you feel like it, then you can forgive, but you don't have to kind of pressure yourself to forgive and forget. Because, I don't know, holding on to those emotions is very unhealthy, Mary. It is incredibly unhealthy, right? It kind of unalives you a little bit on the inside every single time you kind of bury those emotions. And I think that if you know, like if you're a believer, right, and you know that you were fearfully and wonderfully made in your parents' womb, then you know that your very existence is a miracle. And I think that you owe it to yourself to actually kind of accept yourself to the fullest and not have to, I don't know, suppress your emotions. And I'm so incredibly sorry that was done to you. There is absolutely nothing that could justify it. There is no purpose, as Tashika just mentioned. Some things are just shit, right? And that was a shitty thing that happened. Should not have happened. And I genuinely hope that you find yourself in a safe environment. Sorry. I hope you find yourself in a safe environment where you're able to, with love, process everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and since we went through such a similar circumstance in the context of like family members hurting you, if you ever want to hit me up in the DMs, always feel free, because like it took me a long time to be able to like rationalize exactly what happened to me, because for what happened to me, I'm not going to get justice. I'm just not. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Did you say, is her name Mary, or is that just your TikTok name?
Oh no, that's just the fake name. Everyone.
Okay. You don't have to say your name. I just wanted to, first of all, say I'm sorry that you experienced what you experienced. But I like what you said about what people were saying about how you need to process things and stuff. Like, I wanted to remind you that this is your story. It's your trauma, and how you process that trauma is up to you and nobody else. And I wanted to recommend a book that I think might help you understand some of those feelings that you have. If you haven't read it, it's called The Body Keeps the Score. And it's an amazing book all about basically how trauma is processed in the brain, the mind, the body, how it's all connected. And like, it should help you understand some of the things that you're feeling. And however you feel and whatever feelings you have, it's all valid because it's you. It's yours and nobody else's. Nobody gets to tell you how to feel about something.
Yeah.
Also, really quickly, deciding on how you feel one day about what happened to you does not need to be how you feel every day. There can be days when you're at peace with it. There can be days when you're angry with it.
Yeah, I think that's what happened because of what's her name? Wheezy?
Athena.
Athena,
yeah.
her name. Yeah.
Yeah, what she was talking about when she said that, you know, we were raised to like hold in so much emotions. I think that's what causes people to kind of, you know, get a little bipolar because, you know, their emotions, like they couldn't really process it at the time. So now it's just stuck inside of them. And so, you know, and so we just, yeah.
But you know what? Listen, Mary, baby girl, I understand that it may feel like that, but know that no feeling is final, and you very well have the chance to actually turn it around, right? Because I was the same way, Mary, in that I had a lot of anger within me. And I was not able to process anything to the point where I stopped feeling emotions. Like, I stopped feeling anything. I felt like really dead inside. And the moment that I chose to go to therapy, and chose to go to mental health professional, and I had the privilege to do so. Not everybody has the privilege to do so. But when I made that decision, right, I was able to feel again, because I started processing every single emotion that I had completely swept under the rug for the whole, like for my whole life. So just know that, Mary, it's never ever too late. You definitely deserve it. And every single time you think, oh, nah, I don't want to do it, just think of that like inner child that kind of helped you survive.
I kind of have like a bad relationship with therapists and getting help from other people, because you know, I was sent to mental hospitals 4 times when I was living with them and when I was still in touch with them, and I had like more traumatizing experiences. So I kind of grew a mindset of, oh, I'm gonna just have to deal with it on my own. I'm gonna just have to deal on my own.
Adolescent hospitals are dangerously bad.
Yeah. Like, they just be like pumping you with shots. Like, if you're like having a whole mental breakdown, they just like, they're like, oh, here, take this pill.
Yeah.
They like, I literally got booty juice. They literally, oh my gosh, it's horrible.
Right, and it knocks you the fuck out and they lock you in a room. I understand, right? But you're 19 now, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if you still have insurance, this is a good time to go to an adult facility, to go to a adult rehabilitation center, because after a while, now those people are paying real money. Now these people know how to take you to court. If these hospitals fuck up, you can actually come back, right? You can actually come back and hurt them, right? So overall, the standard for healthcare in the context of like mental health for people over the age of 18 is a lot better for those that are adolescents, which I find to be insane. Insanity, right? But yeah, like, there is still help for you. And I understand. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but like, I feel like specifically after COVID, the mental health like sector of our society, it just dwindled a lot. There's not a lot of help out there for people, and a lot of people are having to take their mental health even more into their own hands than they already have, and I understand that. 100%. 100%, I understand that.
Do you already have a therapist?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
If not, try, I don't know if you're aware of it, but psychologytoday.com, you can actually check off like specialties that you're looking for and find somebody hopefully that specializes in trauma or SA specifically. Like you can, and you can pick like gender if you prefer a specific gender for some reason. All those things are valid.
Yeah. I think you still have a great place to grow. The fact that you were able to calm down and be able to like think rationally for a second, to be able to listen to people, it shows that you're not a psychopath. You're not a narcissist. You can actually sit down and listen to people. You can actually acknowledge.
I feel bad to like a certain point.
You don't need to feel bad.
I'm aware when I'm like.
It's okay. It's okay to take responsibility for these things. It's okay, right? I feel like that's the first step. Whenever you're angry. I remember the other day, there was just a day where I was just so angry, and I had to say out loud to myself, "Why am I so angry?" You know, why am I so angry? And I sat down with my dad or by myself, and I rationalized my thoughts. Right. I think what's great right now is to find a way to be able to deal with your emotions and rationalize your emotions as they are happening, because that is going to help you be in the moment 24/7. And then it's going to be less likely that you're going to have moments like these where you've exploded on people and now you feel bad about yourself. Don't feel bad about yourself. This happens.
Yeah, definitely don't feel bad. Your emotions are real and they're yours and they're valid.
Yeah. Your brain is simply responding in the way that like it's been taught to respond. I can't fault you for that. You literally cannot control that. But you can help manage it. There are some things you can change, and those are the parts that are up to you. Change the parts that you can control. I can't get my amygdala back. You know what I mean? It's not coming back, you know?
Oh my God.
But I can manage, you know, my hippocampus is cooked. Okay? Frontal lobe, you might as well remove it by the 87, okay? But I can manage these things. I can work on these things. I can acknowledge when I'm having problems as they are happening. And because you're so young, you have a shit ton of time to be able to achieve the same thing.
Yeah, it might be a tough thing at your age, just because I've been there. Like, I'm a lot older, but surround you with people who validate your feelings, not people who tell you you shouldn't have them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you can.
Oh yeah, I
And-
have one more thing
Go ahead.
before I step down for a second. The main thing that I came up with that helped me a lot was I got a notebook, and I didn't write. I don't journal. I don't believe in this shit. It doesn't work for me. That's not what I'm telling you to do. Never that. But I got a journal, and I wrote down all of my core values. Right. So all of my this is just where I started. You don't have to do this, but it worked for me. Is in order to be able to manage my emotions and manage the way that I behave, right? Because of the way that my brain is shaped, right? Is I wrote down all of my core values in life. I value communication. I value meaningful friendships, right? I value intelligence, critical thinking skills, rationality, right? And it's to the point I don't need to look at the book anymore because it's been 4 years, you know. But every decision you make must go back to these core values. Every single one. So if I'm talking to someone and I'm upset with them, and my instinct is to shut away, but one of my core values is meaningful communication and relationships and friendships, then I know that I'm sinning against myself. I am doing something wrong. I am actively moving away from the core values that I have set for myself. And then I hold myself accountable, and I grit my teeth, and I do what I need to do. And that is a great skill to build. That has saved me many, many, many times. Many times. Don't sin against yourself. When you set down, it's like your own commandments. When you set down your own values, that you know every single decision that I make must come back to these values, then your life is, you're always going to know what to do. You're always going to know what to do. So, yeah, I'm going to drop down, you guys. I love you guys so much.
Hey, thanks so much for coming up.
Yeah.
I appreciate you talking to me.
Of course, Mary, if you ever want to message me, my DMs are always open, my love.
You
Yeah,
got this.
I was gonna say as well, like, you got this, and I'm very, very proud of you for waking up every single day and trying yet again, right, Mary?
Yeah, thank you.
And just know that no feeling is final. Absolutely, whatever you're feeling right now is not final. It can get better as long as you choose yourself and your well-being, Mary, right? You, if you use God to structure your life, I'm not gonna kind of blame you or whatever. That's your personal choice. But just know that you can also choose yourself and choose your healing and well-being. And you don't have to just survive. You can also flourish in life. And my DMs are 100% always open. If you want to reach out to me, it's open. As a person who did grow up in a very religious household, I bet I can understand where you're coming from when it comes to I don't know, certain thoughts that you might have. And as a person who has also experienced SA, I do understand where you're coming from, Mary. So just know that my DMs are always open.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
every time you feel like you're not strong, remember the strength that it took you to disclose what you disclosed here today. Because it took a lot of strength for you to get those words out. I bet it did. And I don't think you realize that 100%, but it does. It takes a lot of strength. There's like almost 1,000 people here. And there's all people that you really don't know. And you literally had the strength to let those words leave your mouth. And I bet you like it feels a little lighter now.
Yeah,
Like
but
that you
like
got
the
that out.
tension, yeah, the tension is gone.
Exactly. So definitely, like you're not defined by the things that have happened to you. And I think that you are stronger than you think or stronger than you know, and you've got this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. I'm going to drop.
Yeah. I appreciate you coming on up here. I gave you a follow, by the way.
Awesome. Have a good day, everybody.
Yeah,
You
definitely. Yeah. Wait, Athena, do you know the person in the comment section?
No, I don't.
Who was that Sarai person?
I have no idea.
I do not know. Bro wrote like a whole Wattpad about me without even me knowing them. I
Yeah.
don't know. It was a
I just thought it
projection.
started because they were saying something about her voice, and the other people, I don't know, they were saying something like, "Oh, she sounds like she doesn't love herself," and I'm
You know
Yeah.
that meme? She don't love herself. No, people are obsessed. I don't care. I don't care about them. But you know what, Mary? I'm kind of glad you came up here, even
Me
though
too.
initially it was a bit chaotic.
yeah.
But I'm glad you came up here, and I'm glad that you were able to kind of share that with us. I appreciate you for that. It did take a lot of strength and bravery to do so in front of so many people. And just know that I am incredibly proud of you, Mary. I'm happy that you exist. And just know that whatever entity created the universe after they were done creating the skies and the stars and the universe and the land and the oceans and the galaxies, they decided that this world needed a Mary, right? So just know that your existence is a miracle, and therefore you gotta choose yourself and your well-being. And it's always possible. I can tell you that I did it, right? And therefore it's always, always possible, Mary. It's not over.
Yeah. I feel so bad. I feel so
No,
bad.
don't feel bad. Please don't feel bad. No one's mad at you.
Yeah, I feel so bad. Ian, I'm not gonna lie, I thought you were actually some really rude narcissist when I came on here. Because of what I was seeing. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad.
No, it's okay. There's nothing to feel bad about.
It's
You-
okay. You can bully Ian like from time to time. It's perfectly fine. I'm just
Yeah,
joking.
yeah. Athena bullies
No.
me all the time.
Exactly. What about it? I bully you.
Wait, do you have
Yes.
headphones?
No,
You're
I
echoing.
don't. What? Oh no! Am I echoing now?
Yeah. No. Maybe.
Am I echoing?
Let's see.
No.
No.
Hello,
Nope,
hello,
you're good.
hello. Okay, good. Yeah, no. No, Ian is completely nice. Ian is a sweetheart. So like, yeah, they're like not a terrible person, but I'm glad it worked out the way it did, Mary. As I said, my DMs are open. Group hug. All is good now. And please do not defend Q-Top, because that person, like, legitimately, Mary, is very, very weird. I don't think
What
he-
happened? Because all I just thought, this is for what I thought. I thought that y'all were like, well, to what it looked like to me was that y'all were like coming at him because he had like a different username on Cash App, and then y'all were like laughing at the fact that he would like kill himself or something. And so that's why I kind of, that kind of triggered me because, like I obviously am very religious still. And, just hearing that kind of like, triggered me in a way because I'm just like, well, like, I kind of felt targeted because, I believe in him and he's like the reason why I'm still here, why I still try to do good and why I still, so that's just what it looked like to me. you know, I obviously don't know him personally, so I don't know
Yeah.
how he's like. But I did hear y'all say that he was crying and begging for someone to turn him atheist because he had done something. What did he do?
He had premarital sex.
Oh, what is that?
He had sex before marriage. It's
Oh.
forbidden in Christianity.
Oh.
Yes, he did. But it can't be premarital if you just never marry. So that's also one solution to everybody else.
Interesting. That's fun.
Exactly. No, but yeah, no, he's not a good person, Mary. There are videos. I can send you the video as well, of him literally saying that an adult man can have sexual relations with a minor as long as they have their period, right? So as long as they've hit puberty, which again sometimes, people hit puberty at 8. So he doubled down
You
on
can
it.
see my face. My face dropped just now. I said,
Now
What?
you know why we told you that. Now you know why we told you, like, don't defend him, because he's genuinely a disgusting person.
yeah, no,
I can send you the video if you want, Mary. It's on YouTube where he
That's-
argues that.
that's crazy. But I'm not gonna. Oh wow. Oh wow. But that explains why he randomly was all like, "Oh well, cash at me at this." You know, he randomly stopped the debate to say, "Oh, make sure y'all cash at me over here." And I had commented, I'm like, "Hold on, he just lost some of my respect." You know, because if you're spreading the word about God, I don't think you're gonna do it for money. You know, obviously you don't have good intentions. Then if you're just trying to get money.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing, related to the Cash App. So, do you know Parker?
No.
Okay, so Parker's like a different debater on this platform. He has like a squillion followers. He's really big, probably like one of the biggest progressive debaters on TikTok right now. So sometime maybe last year, I don't know when exactly this happened, but Q-Top came to him and asked him for a loan so he wouldn't have to go back to his like abusive household and ask them for money. And because Parker's like so nice, Parker agreed. He said, "Sure, I will loan you this money." And the Cash App is the loan that Parker sent to him. Now, Q-Top denies all of this, even though Parker's shown the screenshots and we know what Q-Top's old Cash App was, because it's like something that's like easily findable. There's like lots of videos of him saying it. You could like literally like type it into Google and his account would come up. So Parker gave him money and now Q-Top is like just lying about it. He owes Parker like $2,000.
Oh, what? Oh Lord, I look so bad. Oh my gosh. Wait.
No, you don't look bad
Oh,
at
that's
all.
crazy.
You don't look bad at all. Don't worry about it.
Yes, you can, Mary. You do not look bad at all. It's just take this as a learning curve, and then next time kind of know the context before you jump to defend anybody. Don't just defend random people you don't know. You are perfectly fine. You did not know. You could not have known. Just from now on, going on, like be careful not to defend everybody, right?
Yeah.
Especially not people like you, Top, because they are very they're just manipulators.
Yeah. No one in this live thinks you look bad. No one in this live is mad at you. Everyone really appreciates you and like empathizes with you very deeply.
I'm gonna lost some words though, because I had got help from someone, you know. They saved me from being in the streets, and I can't imagine myself just, you know, denying all of their help and being like, "Oh well, that never happened." You know, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the honest and Christian thing to do would be to just admit that he got the loan. I don't think
Yeah.
there's any shame in that.
I think that's pride too. Of like, that's pride, like, you know, trying to deny the fact that he got help.
It definitely is, yeah.
That is more, yeah, that's 100% pride, and that's that's high key of sin. Like, you cannot have pride if you're a Christian, you know.
No, definitely. It's like one of the seven deadly sins. Yeah, Q-Top is a very prideful person. Q-Top is a very bad Christian.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say thank you to the people that had sent me some gifts. I didn't even know I could get sent that, but what do those do? Because I never really.
It translates to money, but don't get your hopes up. It's not very much. For the number of gifts that you got, it's probably around like $1. So I don't know, like $1 is nice, but it's $1.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
get some candy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and because you had like more of a tough day now, I think it was very heavy probably. So maybe go and do something nice for yourself. MJ, when it's tough for me, I tend to like, I don't know, sit down and watch like an anime or a Studio Ghibli or whatever it is. So do something nice for yourself, whatever helps you. Yeah, you deserve it.
Yeah.
And you're tired. Exactly. Rest. But anyways, I'm gonna drop. Thank you very much, Ian.
Yeah, wait,
Thank
Athena,
you, Taylor. Thank you, Cameron. Thank
yo,
you.
Athena, I might end
Who's
stream. Do you want
Taylor?
to call or were you gonna take a nap?
I'm probably gonna like call and then fall asleep.
Okay, yeah, so I'll end stream and then we'll call. All right, sounds good.
Okie
They keep sending me stuff. I feel so bad. You guys don't have to send me this out of pity. But
Yeah,
thank
it's
you
up
guys.
to you're up to like $3 now. It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, TikTok takes half of what people spend, so it's like a fucked system. But no, you know, I appreciate you coming up here. Everyone in the comments is sending love. We appreciate your vulnerability. I personally appreciate you coming up here. It was very vulnerable and it was very good.
Yeah, thank you. It was very nerve-wracking, not gonna lie, because, I was thinking, well, obviously I wanted to share my side, so that's why I said what I said. But it was very, like, nerve-wracking, because, I was expecting people to, like, laugh at the fact that happened, but, like,
No, of course
that's why
not.
I was like, oh, wow, I like the turn of events, because it ended up being very, like, ended up being very nice and kind. And I saw someone say, oh, this will stick with her. Someone said this will stick with her because, like, y'all are atheists and stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, yeah, because I did not expect it to go that way. But,
Yeah, we would never laugh at you. If Tashika started laughing at you, I would have like kicked her and like dissociated from her. Like, no, I take things like essay very seriously. I take the experience like very seriously. I've had people really close to me go through that. So, I don't know what it's like to go through that, but I know a fraction of the pain just from experiencing what my best friend went through.
yeah.
And the ways that it changed her and the experiences that she had. But no, I would never laugh at you for something like that.
Yeah, it definitely did change my perspective too. Thank you for being like a decent person, 'cause-
Yeah, of course.
Well, we would absolutely laugh at you, but not for that. LOL.
That is funny.
Baby, no, she didn't laugh at me. She did not laugh at that.
No, of course. Yeah. No, Tashika didn't laugh. Nobody laughed. We handled it very well. Of course. Of course nobody laughed at her. Yeah. But no,
I'm
we
just
would.
a victim of a young voice, bro. I just sound very little.
No, it's okay. You're doing fine. But my DMs are also always open. So if you need anything, you're more than welcome to reach out.
Yeah, yes, I do like anime. I was responding to some comments, but okay. You can go do what you were doing. Thank
Yeah.
you again for, being a decent person. We need a lot of those in today's generation. But yeah, thank you everyone for sending me money, even though I really kind of hoped y'all didn't, cause now I feel bad.
No, there's nothing to feel bad about.
I feel like Q Top. I feel like I just manipulated y'all into giving me money, but you know, yeah. Hope you have the rest of your day. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your day as well. I hope you do something to take care of yourself.
Yeah. Thank you. Y'all too.
Yep. All right.
I'm gonna get off. Bye.
Yep. All right. Bye-bye. Hey, I'm probably going to restart stream just so it gets pushed out to more people. I appreciate everyone stopping by. I'll restart it and then we'll run the exact same topic again. Unless, of course, no, Adora is still live. So yeah, no, only authorized people can slide into my DMs, but I'll see y'all soon. All right. Same bat.
What's up, man?
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 22.
And what religion are you?
I'm Muslim.
Okay. And do you have an argument for why Islam is true or why God is real?
Yeah, there's plenty. But I've been on for maybe like an hour and a half. I was watching the last stream for a little bit. And I just, I was kind of taken back. I don't know how I'm going to be able to live up to the last conversation, but, I'll do my best. You seem like a really, really chill dude and,
Yeah, I try to be
honest. So I appreciate that a lot. But would you care to kind of explain what you believe more than what I believe? Because Muslim faith is understood, and I can get into that. But like, what do you believe? Are you atheist? Are you agnostic?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. So I'm atheistic towards certain gods, and I'm agnostic towards others. So the way that I would describe that is towards the Abrahamic God, I'm an atheist, but towards like Vishnu or Zeus, I'd probably be agnostic, just because I don't really think that these gods don't really have properties. I can't really disprove them or prove them.
I thought it'd be the complete opposite, but I understand. Okay, that's fair. I heard what you were talking about when you were originally talking to Q-Top. You were talking about the triune God and how it's illogical and irrational. And I saw everything, and it takes a lot of mental gymnastics to try to understand something like that.
No, I agree. I think Q-Top was really going through it, trying to understand his own position.
It was extremely frustrating to listen to. It's like, even as a Muslim, I could have made better arguments. You know what I mean? It was kind of embarrassing. But plus, there's kind of like a homeless, you know what I mean? You're a full-grown, able-bodied man asking for money. It's just, I'm not okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
But, there's a difference between that begging versus just kind of having your cash up there if anyone wants to support you. But to beg like that is kind of less embarrassing.
No, I agree with that. Also, he does owe Parker more than $2,000. So
that's insane. That's a complete
He's Q-Top is a really bad Christian. I don't know why anybody would ever look up to him. But
that's a horrible representation. I hate that. But I mean, it's there's very good Christians out there, and one of my roommates, he was a Catholic, so. I have nothing but respect for them, but when we get down to the topic of God, what would you say is your issue, or what you would say that from an atheist perspective, saying that there is no God? What would be your reasoning or rationale behind saying that the Islamic God, the monotheistic faith, there's one supreme being without partners, not compound, so there's not 1 + 1 = God. It's just one. So and completely solo. What would you say is your biggest contention?
Yeah, so I guess I have two. The first is that I think that there is an incompatibility between God having free will and God being omniscient. I also think that I think the evidentiary problem of evil is very compelling. That basically, if God is all good, then why do we have completely unnecessary natural evils, things like earthquakes or tsunamis or pandemics? I just don't understand why God would allow these things to happen or would create the earth in this way, such as to result in earthquakes which kill 60,000 people a year.
I get you. So to make it a little easier, do you want to start with that one, just the problem of evil?
Yeah, we can do whichever one you want. Yeah, let's do problem of evil. So if God is all good, why does he allow earthquakes to devastate populations?
No, the idea of a loving God that I would say is the Christian God. I would say one of the names of the of God in Islam is al-wadud, which is basically the loving. But it's not the same as the Christian God, where there's all loving and he can not do no evil, but not punish people, and just kind of this, I don't know, it's how to describe it other than kind of like this Jesus being a hippie. And you know what I mean? I don't like that kind of approach, because that's not true, because God is also the subduer. God is also the punisher. God is also he's also the most wise. He's also kind of a tester for us. He tests us in ways that we don't understand and ways that we do understand. So it's kind of there's answers to that type of problem. So if you say problem of evil, let's go ahead and get down to the absolute worst thing. Like you were saying, let's say hurricanes or what did you say? Tornadoes?
Yeah. Earthquakes take the lives of 60,000 people a year.
Yeah. Okay. Natural disaster.
Yep.
The perspective of a Muslim to begin with, we know why natural disasters exist. There could be a bunch of different reasons that I can give you. I'll start with the first one, with one of the names of God being the wise. So we say that there's wisdom, you know what I mean, behind certain actions. So for example, if I like to use this analogy of a gardener who has a bush, and there's a couple of bushes that are in, like let's say we have 3 bushes and they're sitting in a dark room. The gardener comes in, rips one of them out from the roots, and the other 2 see that. They're like, what the heck is wrong with this guy? I mean, he's just ripping them. Like, how evil could he be? And next thing you know, he went and he planted them somewhere where there's better sun so he could grow. You know what I mean? Those bushes were unwise to make that assumption that it was automatically something bad. Meanwhile, it was all in good intention that the reason that happened. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, with us being as limited as we are, we don't even have an understanding past the observable universe. And we know that there's more outside of the observable universe. There has to be, just by necessity. So it's kind of like our minds are limited. So it's kind of hard for us to understand. I'm not going to play the just believe game with you, because I am a logicist and I want you to understand, but it's hard for us to try to be. It's like when you watch a movie and within the first 5 minutes, you're like, oh, I would have killed him within, why didn't you shoot him while you had the chance? And then at the end of the movie, the villain comes back and saves the main character, something like that. You know what I mean? Somebody who's wise, who knows the whole picture, is going to be able to, you see what I'm saying? It's got to be balanced, because if he were to get rid of that, villain to begin with, nobody would have saved the main character. You see, there's a lot more wisdom.
Sure, but the problem that I'm going to have with this is because earthquakes take the lives of like a wide variety of people. That so like, let's say that there's like an earthquake and it kills like 10,000 Christians. Under your faith, these people just go like straight to hell, or maybe that's not the case, because I've heard different accounts. But that if the scenario was that these people were unalived by an earthquake and then they went to hell, I don't think that there's much wisdom in that. And in fact, I don't think any explanation would make me think that that's not like just gratuitously evil.
No, I don't. Obviously, we don't agree that just because somebody dies a Christian, they automatically go to hell, or somebody who did not accept Islam goes to hell. That's not exactly how it works. It's if they received the message and did not, take it, then maybe they'd be a lot more accountable than they would if they absolutely never heard it or grew up in a community where it was never revealed to them. So, but anyway, like you're saying that it would be inherently evil just to destroy 60,000 people and have them all die. But
yeah, likely, yeah.
There's answers to this in the Quran. Like if you were to open up, I believe.
Thanks, Athena.
If you were to open up, I don't know the exact number, but it's Surah Al-Mulk and it's verse number 3. So if you look up Quran Mulk number 3, so basically Quran MULK number 3, and it'll tell you the exact purpose of life. We're here for 70 to 100 years, and it's a very short period of time when you put it in comparison to the existence of the universe and how much longer the universe will exist. So it's a very, very short time. And God says in that verse that He created us for the purpose of tests, to test us who is best in deeds. Now, deeds don't necessarily get you into heaven.
Thanks, Tony, for the hat and mustache. Tony, I'll bring you up after this. I promise I will. So I think that there's like a problem with the conception of heaven as being like like hell is only a place you go to if you've heard the message and reject it. Because if that's the case, then it seems like Islam as an ideology is like an information hazard, that the only way people could possibly go to hell at all is by telling them about Islam, by spreading it to them. It seems like it's like it would be extremely unethical, because it now opens up so like let's imagine two worlds. One world in which like you never told anybody about Islam, and like some people because of that never heard about it in the first place, and a different world where you did tell people about Islam, and you've now opened up the possibility that they will go to hell forever. So I don't know why you would ever pick the second world when you could just pick the first world and allow everyone to go to heaven.
So living in naivety, it says that, for example, let's say somebody was born. I'll give you. It says this in the Quran that if they have not been, we do not we do not punish a nation until we have sent them an I don't know if it says messenger or prophet, which the terminology. It's hard to translate from Arabic to English without looking at it, but it basically says we will not test the nation without sending them a messenger first. Basically, they can't go to hell until they've had a messenger. Now, if they do have, let's say they didn't have a messenger, somebody was born Christian and he was raised Christian and died at 25, never heard about Islam. It says in the Quran that on the Day of Judgment, he'll have his own separate test based off of what was revealed to him, what he did know was right from wrong. You see what I'm saying? So you can still get a universal message of right or wrong, you know, in most religions, but you know what I mean? The actual ultimate truth, there's only one. There's only one ultimate truth. So, for example, it's not better to let somebody live in just this complete naivety, you know what I mean, and with the chance of going to heaven, because it still has to be just. You know, it would be unjust for somebody who was born into a faith to grow up and go to hell because he never heard about it, and it's also unfair for somebody who did hear about it but never got a good understanding of it to go to hell as well. You see what I'm saying? It's God is the most just. He's also the most merciful. So he's gonna understand, you know, everybody's case-to-case scenario. For example, I was born and raised here, right in the Bible Belt, North Carolina. So I know people that are Christian and they believe that they've heard about Islam, but they haven't. Instead, all they've seen is Fox News, and they see all these, you know, lies and terrible propaganda against Islam, and they don't realize, like, it's a complete, I would say, agenda for a good reason. Obviously, Islam stands against everything that they love, like gambling and alcohol and all these things, things that destroy society. So, and they love that. So therefore, they'll try to slander whatever speaks out against it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Islamophobia is like a real thing, and I don't agree with like being Islamophobic. But I still think that there's like a problem in for your worldview with this, that like, again, we have like our two routes, right? That either you tell people about it, but even like it seems just a lot more fair if the test is just about like them being a moral person, because otherwise it's like you can be a moral person but have heard the message of Islam and like reject it anyway for like metaphysical reasons, but you still live like a moral life. This person would go to hell in your worldview, correct?
Not completely, no.
If you were like well studied, you knew like everything about it, but then you felt like there was like a contradiction in it, so you stopped believing in it, but you still continue to live a moral life. Hey Tony, thanks for the money gun. I appreciate it.
There's no contradiction in Islam, so any contradiction that would have been established would have been either based off of a lie or a misunderstanding. So if it was a lie, malicious intent, then it's different versus somebody getting false information spread, and then they kind of take that and run with it. Versus, you know, you see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
first one it'd be a problem. The second one maybe not as much. You see?
Okay, wait. So because I think that there are things that are just like deeply implausible, that would just like defy all logic, that you can only like explain by like shrugging your shoulders, basically. Like if the moon was split in half, why don't we have reports of this happening from literally every civilization on the earth?
There's more than enough reports and accounts of it. Historical.
Could you provide? Because it was my understanding that there was just like one, like person from like India who also said that it happened, but I would expect accounts from like Europe, from Asia, or like China more specifically, from like literally any large civilization. If they saw the moon split in fucking half, I don't know. I think we would just see more reports of it.
What I'll send you is I'll even send you articles where we don't have to go back then and take other people's accounts. We can look at it today and see where the moon was split, where you can see a fissure going down the moon. So I can send you, you know, plenty of plenty of articles and scientific, documents showing you that the moon was in fact split, or had some people may blame it on some sort of meteor crater that split the moon, and then eventually gravity brought it back together. That's the atheist understanding of it. But to say that it did not split would be disingenuous. It actually did happen.
No, I've looked into that. I know exactly what you're talking about. And that's not really the case. That's not. So there's like a big impact crater, right? There's like a big dent in the moon, but it doesn't stretch all the way around the moon, which is what we would expect if what you're saying happened.
But there is.
And it also happened like long before Muhammad.
No, that's just complete, conjecture. There's actual, it does go around the entire moon. There's a fissure that does, and I can show you. I'll send you the.
Yeah. Show me the like scar that like wraps around the entire moon.
I'll send you that. You said your DMs are open. I will send you that. Let me write that down.
Yeah, wait. Could you? Do you have the source on hand? I could pull it up right now.
I don't have it on hand. It's surprising. I know a lot of these sources on hand. This one specifically, I don't. But let me. Like if you had asked me about the theory of black holes or anything like that, or innate disposition to believe in God, I have all those just kind of memorized. This one, not sure. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Because so are you referring to what is this? That there's like a lunar. What the hell is a Ryle? I don't know. But there's like some geological fault stretching around like 300 kilometers on the moon. They think that it's related to something called the Tycho crater, which was observed, of course, by Tycho Brahe. Wait, but that's irrelevant information. So, but it's like believed that this impact happened like a long time ago.
There's one website called Scientific and Academic Publishing.org. Let me see if I can get the link.
Yeah, just like give me the article name.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I guess it doesn't work when I try to speak when I have something else open.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Just give me the article name.
It says International Journey of Astronomy.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence of the split of the moon.
Yep.
The name is a little bit cut off, but it was written in Alexandria, Egypt.
Yeah, so crater of the moon are not realistic. We read history of the split of the moon because many parts in this paper I described. I showed that the craters originated after the split of the moon. To cohere its two splitting parts, information likely to be true because the split crater of the moon, more than years ago. Okay, wait. This is all like deeply implausible to me. Is there like another art? Like, where's this published in? International Journal of Astronomy.
Yeah, they've got a couple of sources there they can look at as well. And there's one more.
Wait, let's do like one at a time. This is not a peer-reviewed journal. This paper was not published in a peer-reviewed journal.
I've got two more, I think, sources that might be good enough in academic peer review.
Yeah, wait. So just like make sure that the source you send me is going to be good enough. Otherwise, like this is like literally just conjecture, and it makes sense because I don't think that there's any way. Like it's pretty clear to most astrophysicists that this didn't happen. Like that's like the overwhelming consensus is that it didn't happen.
I would completely disagree on this. I would say that it's actually the complete opposite. That any astrophysicist would probably tell you the opposite. They'd say that it is plausible, but then they'll give you a million different reasons as to why it did happen. But to say that it never happened, I would say is not true.
Yeah. Wait. So just like, could you give me like a peer-reviewed source?
Let me see. I've got two more.
Yeah. Let's see them.
there's bbvaopen.com.
BBVA.
Yes.
BBVA. And what's the what's the name of the source?
Then it's BBVA openmind.com, and the name of the article is The Mystery of the Moon that was split in two.
So, and like, what is this website? Do you think that this is like a credible website?
This is just one of the ones that I had seen and I had visited before, so I was assuming that I don't know. Again,
Yeah,
this
because
is
I'm
one of the
pretty
ones
sure
that-
like NASA, for example, holds that the moon was never split in half.
Is that according to NASA?
Yeah, like NASA splitting of the moon.
There's also researchgate.net.
Yeah, so NASA, like NASA scientist. It's I don't think NASA's ever made an official statement on this, but like NASA scientists, for example, no current scientific evidence reports that the moon was split into two or more parts and then reassembled at any point in the past.
Is this one more time? It was what?
According to NASA scientist Brad Bailey, no current scientific evidence reports that the moon was split into two or more parts and then reassembled at any point in the past.
Okay, I'd say that's still, I don't know if that's conclusive. That's more theoretical.
Yeah, exactly. But like, this is like what I'm talking about. Like the reason why, in my opinion, one would be able to, like get confronted with the evidence on this and then just like that the moon is never split in half. There's like no evidence to conclude that the moon ever split in half. The only thing that the Muslim can really do is like shrug their shoulders and say, well, that's not conclusive. And like
shrugging the shoulders, there's a difference between saying that somebody making a claim that there's no evidence versus somebody saying that there's evidence against that it never happened. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, well, but the fact that there's no evidence for something that's like this large of a scale to me is evidence that it didn't happen. So if I don't know, if there were like gnomes for every single year in human history up until the year you were born, but like no one ever wrote about it or recorded it, I would think that that's like. I'm sorry. Like, let me actually reword that. So let's say that somebody told you that there were gnomes that existed every single year up until the year that you were born, but nobody ever talks about them. Nobody ever like recorded it. There's no like pictures or drawings of them. There's no photos of any of them. I would simply not believe them because that's like deeply implausible that this was like that they existed like everywhere. Everyone knew about them. And like just nobody recorded them. Nobody talked about them.
I would agree if this was, from an uncredible source, but the fact that the source is credible, and let's say they said out of 100 statements, 99 have stuck and one cannot be proven true or false, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that.
Hey, Adora, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it.
I would make the assumption, just like we make on a daily assumption that certain things exist that are metaphysical, but this is something that I guess may or may not be, demonstrable physically, but either way.
Oh, wait. I mean, Dr. Blitz is here right now. I think Dr. Blitz has the, Blitz might be able to speak more towards like the split. Blitz, do you know anything about the splitting of the moon?
Yeah, a lot of people claim it happened, but there's no evidence that it happened, so.
I've got one more source for you. It's called researchgate.net.
Mm-hmm.
ResearchGate isn't a source, it's a conglomerate.
It's still a source with evidence. I don't know.
Yeah, what's the name of the article? And hey, I see all y'all coming over from Adora. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks so much for coming over here.
It's called The Evidence of the Split of the Moon. Now, let's say we have a source here that's saying that it did happen, and they have evidence for it. But then you go to another website, whether it be NASA.
So this was published in the International Journal of Astronomy.
From what I see, this isn't even like a journal. It's like not. It's definitely not a peer-reviewed one.
Let's find out if the International Journal of Astronomy is actually legit. There we go. As expected, the International Journal of Astronomy is an online-only, open-access quarterly, and though it has an ISSN number for a paper version as well, this is not held by any Swedish library. This may not be cause for suspicion because the journal is new, blah, 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 blah. However, let's look at the publishers of IJAA, which is the journal that we're talking about. This outfit publishes from Irvine, California, but its website is registered in Wuhan, China. Blah, 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 blah. There's more stuff about this. The world's strangest collection of academic journals. Hold on, there's a particular line that I'm looking for. This suggests that anybody can publish anything in the International Journal of Astronomy and Astrophysics as long as they pay the fee.
Oh, well. I'm gonna publish my allegations that you beat the fuck out of me and robbed me in the Journal of International Astronomy.
That's funny.
Have you read the abstract for this article though, Blitz? This is like deeply implausible to me.
I'll read it now.
It's a good first sentence, I gotta say. Very scientific.
The origin of the cracks and craters of Moon. It's not even good English. In this paper, I discussed the origin of crack and craters of Moon.
It's translated.
Why should anyone take it seriously?
I don't think you can hear me. I was saying it was translated.
I understand that. Why should anyone take it seriously?
Because it still gives evidence. You know what I mean? It still gives evidence that it happened.
Have you read it?
Yes, the sources. Yeah, I gave two other sources that had the same.
So I mean, but this is actually the same as your first source.
This paper is a page and a half. Like,
it was also published by someone who seems to be an assistant professor of mathematics, maybe. But even that would be like deeply surprising to me.
So their email is a Yahoo email address. They didn't give a university affiliation.
Oh, okay.
So, and the paper literally says, the moon's surface is totally cracked. Elsewhere it says, according to scientists, a crack in the moon does indeed exist. Which scientists? Citation needed. It is believed that the craters came from the core of the moon and reached the surface, and they are formed to go here. It is believed by who?
Yo, you should look through the other things that this person has published.
And by published, you mean just like uploaded?
Yo, yeah, this one's titled Glasses of Time Travel. No, I need to show. These pictures are crazy.
Oh, this is wild. Hold on, what?
No.
What is happening?
Yo, peep this. Look at this.
That's beautiful. I'm looking at it right now. It's again 3 pages long. Time travel is a dream of all scientists. I include in this paper the invention of time travel glasses and goggles. I depend on my new suggested atomic model published before in Theoretical Atomic Model and Theory of Everything paper to invent the time travel glasses. This is a huge opportunity for mankind to discover the past, the future, and history. This is, again, the International Journal of Theoretical and Mathematical Physics. This is, again,
I'm gonna lose it. No.
I'm not saying that the moon was made of cheese, man. I'm saying something that's actually...
You basically are, though.
No, I'm saying something that actually happened, something that's scientific. You know what I mean?
Well, wait, you're like, the person you're citing is like, this has to be like the most deeply unserious article I've ever read in my entire life. And, you know, Blitz is an academic, so I'm sure he's encountered even worse, but yeah.
It's funny, actually.
Would Nat Geo be a better source for you?
I would like, what's just like, give us like a source that you feel confident in, because what I don't want to do is like run from like source to source to source. But if you have like a source, if you like a good source, I would absolutely love to see it.
Like I tried to give you a source that would be something that's modern day that we can examine and say, oh, look at this crack, you know, therefore it could be possible. Versus you were asking me in the beginning, is there eyewitness accounts? If you'd rather have something with eyewitness accounts, I can get you some of those.
Yeah, well, so I would just expect like an eyewitness account, not like one eyewitness account. I'd expect eyewitness accounts from like fucking everybody.
How about like five from one place and then a couple more from a different place? Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be interesting, I guess. Although I think that like the gaps are going to make it weird. That like it would be weird that Europe didn't see the crack in the moon, or like the moon splitting in half. It would be weird that.
What if it was in England?
If what?
If it was seen in England.
Yeah, I'll take the source. Let's see it.
By the way, and this is unrelated because we're past this, but I was looking at this International Journal of Theoretical and Mathematical Physics, and they charge $360 for quote unquote processing an article, and they suggest that you pay via PayPal. It's only a little sus.
Well, at least you know that they actually publish the stuff.
Well,
No,
I mean, online only, of course.
Honestly, in all honesty, I probably should have taken more time to look for good sources when it comes to this exact topic and something specific as to something that we can demonstrate today and look at. So that was, I guess, my bad. I should have,
It's all good. Just be like more careful with your sources. Like to be clear, there really is like just no evidence.
No, I'll give you one more. Please look at this one and then
we'll read one more. Yeah.
Look up National Geographic.
National Geographic.
June 18th, 1178.
June
1178?
18th, 1178.
Okay. Are you saying monks may witness the moon split in two?
Yes.
So did you read the next line down? On June 18th, 1178, 5 monks in Canterbury, England may have witnessed the formation of a crater on the moon.
But continue reading the article.
On June 18th, 1178, 5 monks in Canterbury, England, believed they witnessed the formation of a crater on the moon. The crater, marked by a bright ray system, is today known as Giordano Bruno crater. The monks reported an impact in which the upper horn of the moon split in two and a flaming torch sprang up, spewing out over a considerable distance fire, hot coals, and sparks. In the near past, some astronomers said the monks' account might actually be pretty right. A passing comet or asteroid probably collided with the moon. The collision likely caused impact melts or rocks melted by the shock of the powerful impact. This molten material could be the flaming torch the monks described. This is disputed, however, as a possible cosmic coincidence. Scientists theorize the impact necessary to have created the large moon crater would have ejected so much debris that meteor storms would have occurred for days on Earth. Yet the monks' observations were not documented in other parts of the world.
This is their account at this.
The English monks likely saw a particular spectacular meteor.
There's just like a huge time problem here because Muhammad lived till like 600 AD, right?
Yeah, this is not saying that it was at the same time, but you're saying that it can't be possible. That's something implausible.
But it didn't split. There was just a new crater forming.
Read the whole title. Read the title of the thing.
Yeah, did you read they put split in two in quotes, which means that it didn't literally split in two.
This is how it's being described by the monks. You see what I'm saying? So for example, there may be.
They also said that there was a flaming torch that sprang up.
I'm not sure what.
Right.
Anyway, I was saying like there's a lot of places in the Quran. Like for example, the Quran is called the Clear Quran. It's made for anybody to be able to pick up and read it and understand it. Now, for example,
yeah.
Well, not everybody has to be like Dr. Blitz and have an exact, scientific explanation and this and that as to how it happened to be able to understand the Quran. So if it says it in a language that everybody understands, it's not contradictory or necessarily wrong that something did happen. You see what I'm saying? It's not. Like I was saying earlier, it's not like there's evidence against it. It's more of there's, you might not like the evidence that supports it. You might not choose it. I would say that it's more than, sufficient, but, you may disagree on the basis of, it might not, satisfy your doubts. But this
it just seems like to me, if this were true, there would be a lot of other things that are true. Like, again, we would expect to see accounts of this happening at the exact same time. We would expect like people in China to be like, whoa, what the fuck? We would expect people in like Rome or whatever was around in like the 600 AD to be like, whoa, what the fuck? We would expect like indigenous folks to be like well, what the fuck? Like,
But that's the thing is,
I don't
the
know. We
moon-
would just expect like lots of accounts of this.
But no, look, when it did split, it was very brief and it got back together. So, for example, if the moon is being seen on one side of the world, it's not going to be seen in, the Americas. And what happened was, it also says, even the people's accounts itself, it says in the Quran, it says the reactions. It says that they immediately called him a magician. That's what they dismissed him as when he did it. The whole reason of him splitting the moon was just to show, let me show you this miracle, and let me see a reaction from that. He did the miracle, and then they called him what? A magician. That just kind of goes to show, and it kind of echoes throughout time, that no matter what evidence you bring to people, they're going to have something to refute if they, choose not to believe it.
And that sounds like to be clear, that sounds like a plausible explanation to you, that the moon split in half in 10 seconds and then recombined in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, God is capable of doing that.
They called him a wizard.
Yeah, they called him a madman.
You're a wizard, Habibi.
That's crazy. But you would expect like how many people were alive in 600 AD? You would expect like at least, I don't know, let's get crazy with it, like 1,000 people. You would like at least 1,000 people to see it and like spread the word and be like, whoa, what the fuck?
It says their accounts. The accounts are going to be from all Muslims who witnessed it and became Muslim, or it's going to be the ones that saw it and denied it and called him a magician. These are the accounts of the people.
Yeah, so where are these accounts? Are they in the Quran?
Yeah, they're in the Quran.
Yeah, so this is a circular argument, is the problem.
Hold on. They're in the Hadith as well. They're in other people's accounts. They're in books of, the Sahaba, the companions of the Prophet. They're written in books of, there's another king, I can't remember his name, who lived in Ethiopia, who wrote about a lot. He had books of his own, historical Islamic accounts when he wasn't Muslim. So there's plenty of sources that talk about these things that the Prophet ﷺ did, but they just dismiss them as magical or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you have
I'm
like
gonna dip out.
a
I'm gonna go do Ask a Physicist live because I do that every Wednesday. But thanks for having me.
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, I gotta come up there and just like ask you like really dumb questions. Yeah, I don't know. Like again, I just think that these are like deeply implausible explanations. I tend to not trust the account given that like, well, it's true because like the people who are of the religion, like you need to prove that these people weren't the religion beforehand.
Hold on. That's to say implausible, man, that's a strong word. That's like saying that there's, a stronger doubt than not. You know what I'm saying? But
oh, there definitely is. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, implausible is the right word. Yeah, easily.
That's way too harsh.
But the alternative is that it's like more likely than not,
Yes,
which is like ridiculous to me. Like it's like deeply implausible. Yeah, it's like
what it actually is that it happened 100%. So that means the chances of it not happening would have been zero. But as somebody who would still deny evidence even if I show it to you,
well,
it would say
you haven't like shown like compelling evidence though is the problem, right? Like the evidence that we asked for was just like give us some like a source or like something of that nature. Like wouldn't we expect to see the splitting of the moon by literally every culture if the moon did in fact split?
I'm not, like I said, it's not something that's going to be seen around the world. If the moon is shown on one side of the planet, the other side might have
Yeah, but like everyone who sees the moon, would probably see the splitting of the moon.
I told you there's accounts in Hadith. This is another way that Islam was spread, not only through, the actual practice, but there's people there's him. He performed miracles sometimes to, give evidence to people. Some wouldn't. It's kind of to show the nature of people. Some people will believe when they see it. And there's some people that no matter what you bring them, they will say it's not compelling enough. They'll call him a magician. You know what I'm saying? So if it's to the point where you've already come up, and you've said that it's implausible, there's no way for it to have happened. That means that there's nothing that I can bring to you and show you that would compel you to believe it. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like
yeah, but just like looking at the evidence, it's implausible. If you could give me like accounts from like every astronomer at the time being like, yeah, like this thing happened and it was crazy and we all saw it, That would be pretty compelling evidence. I don't know. If you gave me like a Roman astronomer and like a Chinese astronomer, who it would presumably be nighttime for as well, and they were like, yeah, it happened. It was like wild. It was like wickedly cool. That would be pretty compelling evidence for me, in my opinion.
I can do more research and get you some more sources, but like I'm saying, I really do think it's going to end up being, even if I brought you whoever, Charles Darwin himself, you'd still kind of deny and say that it's implausible. So I will research it and I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Good luck with that. I appreciate you coming on up here.
Yeah, there's plenty of other things as well.
Oh, well, I'm just going to move on to a different guest, though. But I do appreciate your time and coming up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 20K likes. Share it with your friend. Drop a follow. Drop a comment. Let's get the live out in front of more people. Consider joining the Discord as well if you're 18 or older.
I hate you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. I just can't.
You said the reason I can't come up is because it's basically not bloody enough. So I was like, okay, word. Well, I got you this time.
Wait, because it's not what? Oh, no. It's not
argumentative enough.
No, it's okay. I got to be careful who I associate with.
That's so crazy.
No, I don't know. You have ops, Tony.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to talk to him. But no, real quick. So I was watching a video with the that was a review of the debate between Brooks and that other guy who's the idiot, Dean.
I thought Dean did very well in that debate. I'm not sure.
You said what?
I thought Dean did very well in that debate.
That's crazy. I've heard nothing but opposite. I've literally heard nothing but opposite. I didn't hear that. Like, I'm not saying that I didn't watch it, but I didn't hear that. What's his name? That Brooks did well. It's just that Dean did so poorly. Like, Brooks had nothing to work with. But I was watching a video from a Christian apologist, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't think the problem of evil is a good argument for why God doesn't exist." I was listening to it, and I agree. I was like, I think it's good why you might not want to worship that God, but I don't think it's a good fundamental argument to show why God does not exist.
Well, it's like evidentiary, right? It's just saying like, because in my mind, the way that the theist worldview works, or like the theism versus atheism debate, for me, it's like a contest between naturalism or supernaturalism. Like, are there things like which world is more probable under naturalism, and which world is more probable under like supernaturalism? And to me, the existence of like all these like evil things, which like they're just like basic phenomena, like earthquakes. And you need to like jump through crazy hoops. You need to posit the existence of like heaven and hell and Satan and like demons and angels and like these higher purposes, where as under like the naturalist view, it's like much simpler. Like that's just what tectonic plates do. That's just how the physics works.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to talk to him.
Hello. Are you there?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm zoned out. I was on my game right now. I was ready to talk to him, but yeah, I'm not ready for the atheist discussion. I'll talk to you later, though, Ian.
No. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Peace.
Yep. Wait. What were you gonna say? Oh, I was gonna ask you what you were gonna say to Q-Top. No, I appreciate you coming on up here. Also, Athena, go back to sleep. Make sure you double tap it on that screen, share it with your friends, drop a comment. Consider joining the Discord if you're 18 or older. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Hey, how's it going? How you doing?
How you doing?
Can you... It sounds like you're rubbing like sandpaper against your microphone. Can you fix your mic settings real quick?
I'm just trying to see if I can help you guys out. I'm talking to all the homeowners in the area, just letting them know that we're offering a free service of compile evidence of hail or wind damage before, hurricane.
Oh no, bro is like going. I really was in his pocket. If you need, oh no, it's so funny. Oh boy, no, that's like genuinely really funny. That's why it sounded like that.
Hey, what's up, Ian?
Hey, how's it going? How's it doing? How old are you?
30.
Mm-hmm. And what religion are you?
So I believe that there is a creator out there. I am Muslim. I was just kind of like wanted to get your train of thought on this stuff. So do you believe that there is no God?
Yeah, I believe. Well, so in terms of like the Islamic God, I believe that there is no God.
Okay.
There's like I don't have the defeater for like Zeus or whatever. Like I couldn't give you I couldn't point out the logical contradiction in like Vishnu, but I can point out the logical contradiction in like the Abrahamic God.
So you're an atheist?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. Towards your God specific. I'm agnostic towards others, but towards your God specifically, I'm an atheist.
Okay, and can you explain to me your idea of where we come from? I mean,
at what
how do you
step in the
believe that?
process?
I mean, do you just believe that we come from space particles, the evolution theory, or what do you exactly believe? Like, I mean, obviously, you know, us as human beings, I mean, you can't argue that there is not a creator. You know?
Well, yes, I can, and I will. So
Okay,
let me
go
do that
ahead.
right now. The reason, the place that I think that we came from, I think that there was something before the Big Bang. We're not quite too sure what it is, but we have many theories that don't rely on the existence of God. Then Big Bang happens, formation of the sun, formation of the earth. Abiogenesis is the leading theory that we go from like atoms to like cellular life. And then evolution is like almost certainly true for why we then went from single celled life to...
It's a theory of evolution. It's a theory. It's, you know, when something's a fact, then you can say it's true.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's like
I mean,
almost. That's why I said it's like almost certainly true, right? Because it's like a theory. It's a scientific theory, and what that means is just that it's an explanation for how something happened. What it essentially means is that it has like tons of scientific evidence for it. It's not the theory as we use the word theory in like the common sense of the word, but in terms of a scientific theory, the idea that God just like poofed everybody into existence, that's not even a theory. Like, that doesn't even rise to the evidentiary standard that we would consider something to be a theory at.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't, you know, agree with you on the fact that we evolved from monkeys and whatever the evolution theory is. I mean,
we didn't.
There is, you know, and I mean, even if you say we evolved from two space particles, I just don't. I just cannot grasp the concept of that. Us as human beings, we're much more advanced than any other species on the Earth, I think.
In what sense of the word do you mean, like more advanced? Like, so we're good at some things. We're really intelligent, and we're good with like tools, and we have like complex social hierarchies. That's all true. We lose like a physical confrontation to like kind of a wild amount of the animal kingdom. Like, you lose a fight to a bear, you lose a fight to a lion, you lose a fight to a chimpanzee, you lose a fight to a wolf, probably. Like, the number of things that you would lose like a hand-to-hand fight with, it's like kind of a wild number of things. Like, we're more advanced
I'm not
than
saying
them.
like in terms of fighting. I'm just saying, you know, God gave us the ability to have probably the most advanced brain out of any of these other animals on the earth. And, you know, I think that with how complex the human being is, there has to be a creator. Same way that you have an iPhone was created by Apple or whatever. I mean, everything has a creator, and especially with how complex we are, with how the DNA system is set up. I mean, there is no way that we just come from space particles and all of a sudden we're as advanced as we are, right?
Wait. Let's do one argument at a time. I think I'm not sure what do you mean when you say advanced? Like, I agree with you if you're just talking about like our brain. We have the biggest brain, and there's like lots of reasons for that. Like, we evolved a big brain specifically because it's like useful for the rest of our body. That the rest of our body works really well in terms of having a big brain. Typically,
Yeah, and
if
I
you
mean,
see
all
like
of that goes down
typically
to the
like if an animal
genetics and
has
everything, you know.
wait
I
wait
mean,
typically if an animal has like a body that would be advantaged by being like highly intelligent, then they will evolve towards intelligence. So for example, octopi benefit greatly from being like really intelligent because their body is extremely versatile. So it's helpful for them to be creative in order to survive. It's a huge benefit to them. The human has like we're very dexterous and we're very like we work well with tools, so it's beneficial for us to develop a big brain to help support that. But like the reason why a fish, for example, doesn't have a big brain is because if you gave a fish like 1,000 IQ, what would it even do with it? Like its body can only do so many things.
well, I mean, I think God put fish in for the sake of food on Earth. I mean, I don't know exactly. You know, obviously, I mean, there's a reason for everything. I personally cannot explain every reason out there. I mean, I know your big one is that earthquake theory that you always
We're just
mention,
jumping all around the place.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, I'll actually stop jumping all around. But I mean, I just think that you know, God sent prophets on Earth to teach the human beings what is right and what is wrong. And I mean, obviously, he believed in, you know, he sent Jesus down. You know, whether you have the Christian view of Jesus or the Islamic view of Jesus, I mean, you know, he's still a very good prophet that was sent down by God. He did wonderful things with the in the name of God.
But this is just preach. I want to be clear. This
Yeah.
just sounds like preaching to me.
Yeah,
You still
well-
need to establish the existence of your God. But if you want to stick on like one thing and just like stay on this thing, then we can do like the earthquake conversation. So if God is all good, why would he create the earth such that it has earthquakes?
Yeah, I mean, I cannot explain that one. I mean, that's a tough argument. I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, obviously, innocent people do get killed, and you know, the idea of there being a free will and yeah, I mean, I just don't have a good argument against your earthquake theory. It's not a theory; it's a fact. It does happen, but yeah, I mean, I really don't know. But I mean, I just also want to go back to the whole roots of there has to be a creator.
Why?
And it's simple. I mean, us as human beings, we're simply the most advanced species on the earth, and God put us on the earth for a specific reason. I mean, if you notice, you know, from the creation of the whole universe, you know, the earth is not too far away from the sun where we're going to freeze, but we're not too far away, not too close where we're going to be burning either. I've listened to a couple of atheists discuss, the whole universe idea, and just how everything was so perfectly designed that the only explanation behind it is that there is a creator.
Yeah, so there's like two things here. First, it seems like you can't actually appeal to the perfect design of the world or the universe insofar as you can't give an explanation for things like earthquakes. You probably also couldn't give an explanation for things like the sun giving us skin cancer because it emits UV rays. Like, I'm not sure why God would design that either. So it seems like the world is actually like far from perfect for us. But I just want to be clear on your argument. So you're saying that God exists because humans are the most advanced because God exists and he made us that way. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, essentially. I mean, there's other reasons too. I mean, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you can say that. Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, it kind of goes from like the original, like God is real, because of this, and then it goes back to the first claim that God is real. It seems like it's a circular argument.
Not really. I mean, I don't know what you mean by circular like that, but
so I'm just saying that. So a circular argument is when one of your premises is the conclusion to the argument. So your conclusion is that God is real, and one of your premises is that God is real and he made us to be advanced.
well, I mean, as far as the human race, we are the most advanced.
Yeah, but it's like a circular argument. Why should we assume that like God is the one who made us that way?
Well, I mean, I mean, it breaks all the way down to like the genetics of the human being too, man. I mean, it's just how he made us, and as complex as we are, that we still function. And I know, yeah, I mean, there's just no way that you can prove to me that we just evolved from two space particles and that there is no creator, right?
Yeah, so what's the deal with fossils? Like why were there dinosaurs?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there was dinosaurs millions of years ago, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. But
yeah, so it seems like evolution explains this really well, whereas there's like literally no mention of dinosaurs anywhere.
okay,
Unless you want to say that dinosaurs didn't actually exist.
well, I mean, they've got actual skeletons of these animals that existed back in the day. I mean, I'm sure, you know, I'm sure they did exist. Obviously, I mean, how else would there be skeletons that were dug up and whatnot? So,
yeah.
I mean, I think that they did exist, but
don't you think it's like strange that no holy book mentions the existence of dinosaurs?
There's some guy that says dinosaurs are mentioned in the Bible, but I'm unaware of that. I mean,
I think it mentions like dragons in the Bible, but this is like long after they existed.
So, all right. So, I mean, say for example, like, I mean, if you think about morality a little bit, you know, I think, like, for example, I mean, is there any law that can justify, like, some of these crimes that are committed on Earth? Like, for example, a serial killer who kills 20 people and, you know, I mean, obviously there is no law on Earth that can give him the punishment. I mean, he can get 1,400 years in prison or whatever, you know, the sentence may be, but he'll only live to 80 at best, right?
And, so I think there's like a structural problem with your argument. So the conclusion of your argument isn't that God is real. It's that it would be really cool if serial killers got punished a lot more. And I might agree with that. It would be really cool. That doesn't mean that they're going to be, though. Like, just because we want it to be that way doesn't make it the case.
I mean, there's a lot of scripture on, I mean, even within the Bible and, I mean, even with the Quran, I mean, there's scripture that there is a heaven and a hell, essentially in both religions.
Yeah,
So
but I don't believe in
I
that
think,
though is the problem. Like, I don't believe in either religion.
Yeah, I mean, I think. So I mean, how would you punish these guys if there's no morality with you being atheist in a way?
Wait.
Or-
There's no, it's not that there's no morality. I think that humans have like an intuitive sense of morality, actually. We have an intuitive sense of a lot of things that our morality are based off of. Things like unfairness. Humans are extremely sensitive to unfairness. But also there's like evolutionary reasons why it makes sense that we developed a sense of morality in the first place. So I would just ask you, which like group of like proto-humans do you think survived better? The ones that were like running around, graping and unaliving each other, or the ones who thought that these things were bad and were like highly averse to them? Which of those do you think did like a better job of surviving?
Well, both of them survived. I would. I mean, it would just go back to. I don't think you can pick one or the other in that one. I mean, it goes back down to free will at that point.
Well, but I'm like, which one, from like an evolutionary perspective, in terms of like natural selection, which of these two groups do you think is going to be better at surviving? Like, which one has like the more cohesive social structure?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure.
You're not sure whether the group of people who were graping and like unaliving each other had a more cohesive social structure than the group of people who weren't doing that and were like strongly averse to doing those types of things. You're not sure which of these groups would have survived better.
Well, obviously, I mean, the second option would be the more ideal one, but both of those groups of individuals are given free will.
Ruby, thanks so much for the subscription. But I'm not talking about free will. So I'm just saying that there's like a probable like evolutionary basis for why we have morality. That we have a sense of morality because we evolved a sense of morality, which means that you can rely on other people having a similar sense of morality.
I mean, the only morality that you really would have as an atheist is really the law, man.
No, we have like moral intuitions. So, for example, I think cheating on your spouse is like really immoral, but it's not illegal. And I think like jaywalking is like totally fine, but in many places it is illegal. The law doesn't capture my sense of morality at all.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand your point there, but I still think that there has to be a bigger punishment for bigger crimes, and throughout history, I mean, it's I mean, I believe that the concept of heaven and a hell does exist. I mean, for example, I mean, if you look at mass genocides of human beings, I mean, what punishment would you give to Hitler? I mean, is one I always bring up. There is zero punishment on earth that Hitler can receive for unaliving 6 million people, right? And I believe,
but this isn't
it's a
like an
strong
argument.
verse. I mean, in the Quran, I mean,
I've already answered this argument.
God will
though.
give him, fresh skin,
This
and
isn't
he's going
an
to burn him
answer
in the
for why
hellfire
God
over and over
exists.
again.
This isn't an argument for why God exists. It's just an argument for why it would be cool if God does exist. It's like completely different. Saying that you want Hitler to get more punishment it's not the same thing as saying like Hitler is going to get more punishment. Like, yeah, we live in like a super unjust world, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I mean, I think then you just have to. I think then you just have to go back to the core of humanity when God made Adam. I mean, you just have to, prove to the rest of the people who are religious that we evolved out of nothing practically, and I will never buy that argument. I mean, I just
Well, wait. So, like,
cannot
what do you
buy
think?
it.
What do you think? Like, all the fossils are? We have like lots of fossils that detail like each step of evolution. We can see evolution functioning in our genetic similarity to like other animals that are very similar to us. Also, I think that there's like lots of reasons why you probably wouldn't believe in the Adam and Eve story. So, I guess I could ask you: do you think that incest is ever moral? Hello? Are you there?
I'm not going to talk about any incest or any of that.
Well,
stuff.
I just like listen.
I
I just want to know if you think it's
about
like
it.
if it was like ever morally justified.
Look, I mean, what people may have done in the past, and the fact that incest did exist, obviously, I mean, I don't think it is moral, to answer your question.
Okay, perfect.
But I mean,
yeah, that's like totally, that's like a-okay. So
how's that any relevant to there not being a God, though? I mean,
yeah, I'll tell you how. So if incest is immoral, then I would just ask you, who did Adam and Eve's children reproduce with?
Okay. But yeah, I mean, who they reproduced with is, I mean, you could probably, well,
Maybe a diagram would be better. So we have.
I mean, I get your. That's a very strong question. I mean, you know, but you know the fact that. Oh man.
So,
okay, I give you that one. I mean, you did cook me on that one.
Yeah. It's like, you know.
Okay.
We only have like these options, so it seems like the reason why the Adam and Eve story is implausible to me, at least, is because it we would have to say that your all good God made people reproduce via incest.
Okay, but I mean, I could also say that, you know, God knew what he was doing, and God would allow that to happen and still have good outcomes of the children. I mean, you know, God is all knowing and all good. I mean, you know, in my eyes. So I mean, I definitely, yeah. I mean.
So you would say your solution to this is to say that like God did eugenics, that he interfered and prevented the babies from being born with birth defects.
Well, they were born with birth defects. I mean, obviously, if they were all deformed and whatnot, they would, yeah, I mean, they would definitely. I mean, our genetic structure today would be. I mean, shit. Who even knows if humans would exist, right? I mean, if our genetics were all messed up per se, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Because obviously, if you were to breed per se somebody incapable, and well, you know, it's kind of a weird thing to talk about on TikTok Live, but I mean, I definitely think God knew what he was doing, and God is the one who makes the genetics in the human beings, and he knew what he was doing, and that's my belief. And I mean, there's probably, well, yeah, I mean, based on scripture, based on everything, I mean, there's more truth in Adam and Eve than there is in the whole theory of evolution, that humans just came out of nothing. I mean,
no, I don't think that's the case, because you would agree that, like, do you think humans existed before or after dinosaurs?
we were after.
Yeah, so how can Adam and Eve be like the first things there if dinosaurs were before them?
I mean, yeah, I mean, what God's idea was of putting dinosaurs on Earth, I have no idea. I mean, that's
Do you think God like scattered dinosaur fossils around like just to fuck with us, just to misdirect us into thinking like wrong things?
okay.
God's a little trickster.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, in terms of what he put on Earth before humans was on him. I mean, yeah. There's no real explanation of it, you know, as far as I can give you on that. But
Yeah, and like why would he, why the fuck would he do that to the dinosaurs? What did the dinosaurs ever do? Pour one out for Stegosaurus. I still miss him every single day.
yeah, so I mean, look, I mean, the Earth, and I mean in terms of the universe, I mean, it was all created, I think, by God, and he put humans 2,000 years ago on Earth, and I think that's my belief, man. I mean, there's why he put dinosaurs, why there's all these other species that were I mean, it's not just dinosaurs that were before humans. I mean,
Wait, did you say 2,000 years? Oh, Olivia, thanks so much for the $10 on Cash App. W Olivia in the comment section. Huge W. I appreciate Olivia. Thank you so much. But you know the dinosaurs existed like millions of years ago. It wasn't like 2,000 years
Yeah,
ago.
well, no. I was saying humans, not dinosaurs.
Oh, well, humans have existed for like 400,000, I think. And we've been like agricultural for like 10,000, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about 40,000 years ago, but there's
400,000, not 40,000, even longer.
400,000 years ago. Is there evidence of what you're saying of actual humans?
Yeah, we have like fossils from around that time.
Okay, I mean, how are we able to dig up skeletons of dinosaurs and not skeletons of these human beings that were...
I think we do have skeletons of these human beings. We have like skeletons of like really early humans.
Do we?
Yeah, we can look this up. Like what's
I mean,
oldest human fossil? Boop. So we have Homo erectus from yep. Yeah. And we should be getting to Homo sapien. Yeah. So okay, the oldest one seems to be from and maybe I was wrong, but it seems to be from like 180,000 years ago. That seems to be our oldest human fossil.
okay, yeah, I mean,
Oop. Is this a me problem? Chat? Can you hear me? Guest, you're breaking up like really badly. All right.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oop. Yeah, well, I heard you at like the very end, but you were breaking up, and also we've been talking for a while, so we'll probably move on to the next guest, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 30K likes. We're almost there. Share it with your friends. Drop a comment. You should consider joining the Discord as well. There's a link in my bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. It's a great place to talk about politics, religion, philosophy. Only join if you're 18 or older, though. We did recently just change it to an 18+ server. It's a great place. I think you'd enjoy it. I genuinely enjoy being there. All the people are great. always be notified. You should also join it via a web link or the website itself, because I've been told that the link doesn't work if you do it through the app. All right, let's go through our journey to try to find another guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hottest shit out this job. No thanks, bro. I've been trying to stay out the way and shit.
AFL Ice, hello?
Oh, yo, bro, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, I didn't even know I was in a live. Yeah, what's up, bro? I'm 23.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Are you 18 or older? Oh, yeah, you said you're 23?
Yeah, I'm 23, bro.
Yeah, that's a good age. What religion are you?
Oh my God, bro. I've been waiting, to get in this live since the last one. I actually don't follow religion, bro. I don't believe in religion. But
yeah, I might have disappointing news for you. I'd hate to kick you, but I really hate debating people who don't have a specific religion.
No, hold on. I believe in God. I have a very good argument for you.
So what's your argument for the existence of God?
Okay, so
That didn't work.
this is my whole thing, right?
Oh.
When it comes to, because I heard a lot of things people were saying as far as evolution and everything. I believe that religion was created so that people could understand life. And like, for example, the Bible.
I agree.
It's basic. The Bible is just stories and parables to help people understand life. Does that make sense?
I think like most religion is just cope to help us understand things that we don't understand. Like we can just, whenever we see a phenomena that we don't really get, or whenever we have like tough questions that we don't have good answers to, we can always just say, well, God did it. God set it up that way. That's God. God did all of that. I think it's like largely cope. But what's your argument for the existence of a God?
All right. So my argument for God is simply, all right. So this is how I think of God. I think of God as the ocean. So for example, when in the Bible, they told us God removed all of his divinity and he came down to earth to have a physical experience, to just experience life as a human. To me, like that story basically is telling me like every human on this planet is like we're like a glass cup. And when we are born, for example, like I said, God is the ocean. So it will be similar to going over to the ocean, filling that cup up with the ocean water and walking that shit all around the land. And I feel like that's what every human is. So all of us, we are God. Like our higher self is God. We are all one, but we are all our own people at the same time.
What? Wait, okay, and I think that this is gonna come down to like precisely the reason why I don't like debating people's like own made up religions, is because it just sounds like purely linguistic. Like you're just saying, okay, well, if you define us to be God, so in what sense of the word would you say that we're all God?
All right, so I completely understand what you're saying, right? So my kind of view or like my perspective on God and the world comes from like my study of multiple religions, because I like how you were talking to that one girl and you were telling her like, hey, have you read the Bible? And she was basically like, I haven't read the Bible, but she was also surprised that you, being an atheist, have read it. And I just understand that if like we're all born knowing nothing. So as I grew up, I came up very religious in like a Christian household, but I told myself there's millions of people that believe in other religions. So I studied Hinduism, Buddhism, all these different religions.
Wait, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just want to like get to the point a little bit quicker.
Hey,
so
go ahead.
You made the claim that we're all God. So when you say the word God, what do you mean? What's like the definition of God that you would go with?
Okay, so the definition of God that I would go with is energy cannot be destroyed. You feel me? It can only be manipulated or changed. So I feel as though God is just divine energy. He is like the start. He's pure energy. And in a sense, when I say he, I don't mean like a physical person.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested in this conversation. If we're just like saying that like God is energy, then I'm only looking for like a debate with someone who thinks that God is like an entity. Yeah, this is like more evidence for why I'm not going to debate people who just believe their own religion. And I'm sorry, but this is just like a deeply uninteresting conversation to me. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, you can kick me if you want, because I definitely don't think that God is real. I did want to say something about.
Okay. I think I will kick you. Only request to join if you disagree. All right, back to the grind. Sorry, only request to join if you disagree.
Yo, hello.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
I'm chilling, bro. What's good, bro?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 18.
And which God? What religion are you?
Christian.
Okay. Now, do you have proof for Christianity or an argument for why God is true, for God is real?
I would ask you. I just wanted to ask you the question about like how life comes from life, and you never see non-life coming from non-life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So this is gonna be like this puts you in a really bad place. So I would just ask you: do you think God is alive?
I would say he's alive, just not in our world, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So in what sense of the word is God alive? Like, what's the criteria for being considered alive?
He's living, just not on Earth specifically, if that makes sense. Like,
so it seems like we've hit like a circle though. So he's alive because he's living. It just sounds like you're saying like he's alive because he's alive.
I mean, I'm just saying like you can be alive, just okay. I mean, I guess
I just don't know what you mean when you say the word life. Like, I don't know what it means to say that God is alive, because like to me, life is like biological. It's a biological process, whereas like God the Father doesn't have biology.
Yep, there's living in heaven and there's living on earth. You get me? Like in Christianity, you like you said, you can be biologically alive on earth. As a human, you are alive. You are living within this world. Once you die, you are no longer alive on earth, and your soul goes up to heaven, and then that's where you get judged.
So when you say that God the Father is alive, you agree that you're not using the word in the same sense as when you say like you and I are alive.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
So would you agree that like when you say life comes from life, you're talking about life in the sense that you and I are alive?
Yep.
Yeah. So then you've like thumped your own argument, unfortunately, because this is like you're basically saying that life came from something that you would not consider to be alive in the sense that you use the word like life comes from life.
Yeah, but there's so many things that you don't just understand. I don't know how to explain it. There's things that we're not going to understand until we're dead, until we are in that same state that God is. Like, there's not supposed to be proof. You're supposed to believe in God. There's not supposed to be a hard, cold proof of him being there. That's the point. That's the reason why you will get judged, because it's a moral test.
Yeah, that's fine. So it seems like we're pivoting off of the life comes from non-life, which is like totally fine. But I think that there's like affirmative reasons why we should not believe in God. I think that if you set the test up, then you set it up in like a very coercive, manipulative way, right? Like I have very strong reasons to think God doesn't exist. There's logical contradictions in the properties of God. I don't think an all good God is compatible with the existence of things like earthquakes, for example.
And explain more on that.
Yeah, so if God is all good, then why doesn't he stop earthquakes? Why did he make the world that way?
Like I told you, bro, there's just some things you just don't understand. There's reasons for things.
Okay, but do you have like a real argument though?
I mean, it's just hard to argue with you because atheists really argue like the logical standpoints for things. And I really believe that you won't understand some things until you get to that point, until you're dead. There's just some things you don't understand yet. And that's just my point. And that's what I believe, because I believe it's supposed to be, like I just said earlier, it's supposed to be a belief. You're supposed to believe in him. There's not supposed to be, if there was hard, cold proof that God was real, everybody would follow in God. And there's no point of having a belief because there's evidence. There's evidence that you're alive. And of course, everyone believes that you're sitting here and you're alive because you're alive. Nobody's going to say you're not alive for no reason. You need to actually have a reason to believe in him. So that's why there's things that we just don't understand as humans, if that makes sense.
It kind of makes sense, but like when you just say it's just a belief, beliefs don't exist the same. I arrive at my beliefs based on evidence. If there's not enough evidence for a belief, then I won't hold it. And this is like the reasonable way to form beliefs. We shouldn't just be forming beliefs based on whatever criteria you use. If we just go around like forming beliefs willy-nilly, then why believe like anything over anything else? It just seems like completely random at that point. It seems like fundamentally illogical. And would you say that you can understand God logically, or that, do you think it's like possible that that God is like constrained by human logic?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I believe that there's things that just don't make sense to us, at least not yet, until you're in that other state where you do meet God, until you're actually dead and you're just a soul.
So do you think that God could make like a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
That's a hard one. I believe God can do anything that is necessary for. I mean, it's just such a like what would be the reason behind it? You know what I mean? Just to like here on Earth, or like in that other level where he exists. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, like wherever. I don't know. Just like anywhere.
Like just spawn in like a heavy, like just spawn in.
Yeah, like a rock so heavy he can't lift it.
Yeah, but like on Earth, or like
it doesn't really matter. Like in heaven, on Earth, wherever.
I'd say in heaven, but on Earth, I feel like he can't just spawn in a rock. I mean, he could, but it just wouldn't. There's reason, like everything, like if you've heard, like there's so many little tiny things. Like if the tiniest thing was off, like the entire world would collapse. Like there's just you've never heard of that?
People say this. I just don't know if it's true. Like I've never been given like an article or like a paper that actually like corroborates that belief.
If I had time to prepare for you, I would get more.
Yeah, you should definitely like prepare and come back. I'd be interested in that. I've looked into this. I've never heard anything. It seems like it's just like something theists say.
Got you. Like I said, it's just like I feel like there's things that are in place and in orders that he can't just make a rock appear. If I pray for a heavy rock to just appear in front of me.
But does God have the power to make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
I mean, if you're talking about, I don't know, are you talking about like the Earth, like the start of Earth?
No, I'm just talking about imagine a rock so heavy he can't lift it. Could God make it?
I mean, in heaven, I believe so, but I feel like there's specific laws. Like obviously everything is in order here on Earth. Like every single thing is in order. Like the way the moon is, like all, like you can't, I feel like it'll destroy the world if I could just make a rock out of nothing.
Okay, that's fine. Well, but I mean, didn't God make like everything out of nothing?
But that was when there was nothing. He was creating Earth for us to exist.
Yeah, so it seems like so there was nothing and then there was something.
At that point, he was creating the world.
Yeah, so it seems like God, but like the why of it doesn't really matter. It just seems like he has the power to create something out of nothing, right?
Yeah, but when he's just creating everything, you know what I mean? When he's putting everything in order, organizing these things perfectly so that we can exist, that's when he can make something out of nothing here on Earth, I feel like. But now that he's already put everything in place and all of these things have just happened by happening, he can't just make something happen. I feel like there's God's plans for you, but he can plan things for you here on Earth now, but I don't think he can just, with the snap of his fingers, just make something appear in front of you like a rock as heavy as he can't lift. In heaven, yes, I do believe that he can do anything that would be in his will. Like he can just make a rock like that. Like we were talking about before, there's two different sides of him living, but here on Earth, no.
Wait, you don't want to run that argument. You're going to run into the problems that Q-Top ran into. But so you would say that God is not all powerful then if he doesn't have the power to make snap a rock into existence?
It's just that's a hard question. He is all powerful. Yeah. It's just like I said, he has to put things into plan. Like you can't just knock everything out of order here on life. And heaven, yes, I believe he's all powerful. He can do anything. In these separate different lives we have, like if you want to call it dimensions, like
I'm not, so and to be clear, I'm not asking if he would, I'm asking if he could.
If he could here on Earth, like I said, no, I don't think he can just do that.
It's like whatever. So let's say in heaven he makes the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it.
Sure.
Does he have the power to lift the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Well, I mean, if he wants the power, he can make he can make it happen. I mean, or if he makes it so that he can't lift it, then he can't lift it. If he makes it so that he literally can't lift it, he could probably get rid of it. But I mean, it's just like, what about a superhero, like somebody who could create anything, and then he creates a rock he can't lift? Like,
yeah, but it would just seem like God's not all powerful at that point, right? Like, well, then, God can make the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it, and then he can't lift it. He doesn't have the power to lift it.
But he made it that way, and that was him making it that way. He never had
all powerful would presumably include the power to lift the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it. Like that seems to be like a power, right?
I mean, sure, but if that's how you created it, he created it for a reason that he can't lift it. I mean, why does he have to lift it for? You know what I mean?
So it's just like I'm saying the fact that he can't is indicative of the fact that he's not all powerful.
Okay, so let's say he can't lift it. What does that have to do with the big picture here?
Yeah, it means that he's not all powerful. It's a disproof of the Christian God. This entire like point is like basically just meant to demonstrate, and this is like a PSA to you and Christians everywhere. When you defend God as being all powerful, the thing that you should actually say is that God is capable of doing anything that's like logically possible. That God actually is constrained by logic. He can only do things which are logical.
Sure. I'd say he can only do things that are logical here on Earth, like I said, but...
Well, no, but you need to say that he can only do things that are logical everywhere, or else you run into, like, the nonsense questions, like, could God make himself not exist? Can God make atheism true? Could God make, like, a sword that cuts through everything and a shield that can't be cut through?
Yeah, and like I said, that makes me just run into the theory of, like, some things we just won't understand until we die.
Well, because it's like nonsense, right? Like it's just like
to
it's
us,
like
it's
P
nonsense.
and not P nonsense.
Like in my opinion, just the world being created is kind of nonsense. Like you said, like it just kind of appeared. Things just appeared. Like if we keep going back, something had to like. What's your theory of how the world was created?
Oh, the world specifically. So the world, like the material to form the world, came from like the Big Bang.
Okay, and just tell me a little bit about that.
About the Big Bang or about the formation of the world?
Whichever one goes back the furthest back you could think of anything.
Oh, well, so the furthest back we know is the Big Bang. We're not too sure what happened before the Big Bang, but there's many theories that don't rely on the existence of God for what could have been. So the Big Bang was just like the rapid expansion from a hot, dense state into a widely expanding universe. Now we have like 3 pieces of evidence for this. One, the universe was extremely small, or it used to be. 10 to the minus 33 seconds after the Big Bang, the universe was around the size of a person. It was extremely dense, it was extremely hot, and it was rapidly expanding, which is why today we see the universe is much bigger than the size of a person. It's grown quite a bit, and it is the third piece of evidence is that it is continuing to grow. So we know that it was small, got bigger, and is still getting bigger. So the Big Bang is like almost certainly true.
Yeah. So, and where did all that come from?
Yeah. So there's like a number of theories. Nobody knows for sure, but there's like a number of theories.
I know. That's the thing. Nobody knows for sure. And
but like, why would I? So the fact that I don't know doesn't mean my stance is weaker. It actually means my stance is stronger, because I'm not going to appeal to like some nonsense dogma. Like you can say that I don't know, but you don't know either. And I mean, I have theories as to where it could have come from that don't rely on like the existence of God. There's like lots of logical ways to explain it.
Mm-hmm. And that's, like I said, like you said, we don't really know. And like I said, it's just believing. It's just continuing to believe that there is a God out there. And like I said,
no, these things are very dissimilar. No, because there's like evidence for what could have come before. There's not evidence for a God.
Okay. All right. We keep running into a wall of, like, in my opinion, my wall between me and you is like, with the things that are illogical, I feel like you won't understand it until you are in that different state. Like, we don't understand life before we were alive. Like, for all you know, there was life. Like, we just don't know. There's just so many things that we just don't know before we were alive or when we're going to die. And I feel like these things will at least be more understandable to us when we do die. And I will tell you, I hope God is with you, and I hope God is with everyone in here. And I'll just finish off with that. I mean, Basically all I'm trying to say is just the illogical stuff I feel like will eventually make sense to us at some point in time, but to you it's just like, no, like all these things came from science, all these things had a reason, all these things had evidence, like there has to be some sort of logical reason. And to me, I feel like sometimes you just have to understand that God isn't not everything is just in this earth that we live on. All these things that we know of, there's just bigger levels to them, in my opinion.
So you would say that God is illogical?
Yeah, sure. If you want to put it that way, at least to us. So
all right. Well, I'm not sure. Wait. So how can God punish people for if God is illogical? Then how can he punish people for not believing in him? Why would he give humans this like sense of logic and then fucking banish us to hell forever for like not being able to use our sense of logic to understand him?
Who knows what happened before our lifetimes? And like I said, it's a test of your morality. It's a test of your morality and your belief in him. And nobody said that if you don't believe in him, in Christianity, if you don't believe in him, then you will go to hell. But not everybody who doesn't believe in Jesus Christ is going to go to hell. If you didn't have the knowledge of him, you'll get judged. Everyone gets judged in a different way. And that's what I'm trying, yeah.
Oh, but then it seems like this is an information hazard, that the only way you could possibly, so we have like two worlds, right? The world where you don't tell people about Jesus and the world where you do tell people about Jesus. So in the world where you don't tell people about Jesus, they get to go to heaven, like easily.
Depending on their morality.
Oh yeah, sure. So in like the world where you don't tell people about Jesus, good people go to heaven, bad people go to hell. But in this world, you have good and bad people going to heaven, and you have good and bad people going to hell in the world where you do tell people about Jesus.
And also, we don't know how perfect going to heaven is. We just don't know all the specifics about heaven. And we know most of it. We know hell, you're going to be condemned for forever. And who knows why we were put in these, because it's like, you can also say it's unfair how it's easier for some people. It's harder for some people, but we don't know. Did our souls just come from nothing? Like, we don't know why.
Well, I don't believe in souls. I think I don't know why I would believe in a soul.
What do you mean by that? So you don't believe that there's a soul inside of you?
No, I don't believe in like supernatural things. It depends what you mean by when you say soul, but no, I don't believe in things that are like supernatural or like metaphysical or like transcendental. Things of this nature don't really fit in my worldview. I have no reason why I would need to explain anything with the existence of a soul.
Okay. All right. I'll just leave it at that.
Yep. Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming on by.
Yeah, I appreciate you too.
Yep. All right. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get the live to 50K likes. You should consider joining the Discord as well. The link doesn't work. You need to access it via a website, but my TikTok name is allegedly.en. I would absolutely adore seeing you there. That's a great place, and I think you'd really like it. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy, and I notify you every single time that I go live, so you'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. Share it with your friends, drop a comment while we look for the next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Bah, je préfère cela. Ouais.
Hello?
Ouais. Ouais.
Hello?
Bisous. Oh, hello. Hi. Sorry.
Oh, fuck. Oops. Well. I mean, if you want to come back, you're more than welcome to. Nope. Damn, I was like caught off guard. I was surprised even, but that's okay. Maybe not. I'll just move on to the next guest.
Hi,
hey, what's up?
I'm back.
Yeah, how
Sorry,
old are you?
I'm 17.
Oh, you gotta be 18 or older to go on TikTok. It's TikTok's rules, not mine. Only request to join if you're 18 or older, if you believe in a specific god, if you're not a yapper, etc., etc.
18 or older. Yo, bro.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 19.
When was your birth year?
I'm basically born 2006.
2006, but you're 19.
2006.
But you're 19.
Good, bro. January. No, actually, please.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not. The math's not mathin'. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm sorry. You do have to be 18 or older. Please only request to join if you are 18.
Hi,
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. And do you think God is real?
Yes, I believe God is real. Do you believe God is real?
No, I don't. As is indicated above, I think God is not real.
I saw it. Why is that? Why you don't believe God is not real?
Because I think there's like contradictions in the properties of God and the world that we live in. I've been running Problem of Evil too much, so I think that there's a contradiction in the idea that God has free will and God is omniscient. I think either God knows what he's going to do in the future infallibly, which means he can't do otherwise, or he can do otherwise, which means that he doesn't know infallibly what he's going to do in the future.
Sorry to interrupt you, man, but God does not know what we will do in the future.
I'm talking about, wait, is God not omniscient? What religion are you?
I'm Orthodox.
Okay, but you don't think God is all-knowing?
God is all-knowing.
But he doesn't know what we'll do in the future?
No, God doesn't know what we will do in the future. But God knows how we'll react at some things, maybe some points. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because my English might not be the best.
Wait, I know what you're saying. It's just nonsense, right? Like, the Christian worldview, the like dominant belief is that God knows all things. He knows past, present, and future. Like, how can he be all-knowing and also not know certain things?
Because God gives you the free choice. That's why.
Okay, wait. So what do you mean when you say that God is omniscient?
Omniscient. Well, unfortunately, my English is not that good to know that word, but
it means like all-knowing.
All-knowing. So God is all-knowing because he created everything. He created us. He doesn't need us. I will say it again. God does not need us.
Wait, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like,
let me explain.
Just saying that he created everything. Why would that mean that he knows everything? Also, I'm just looking for like a definition.
You know why? Because
I'm looking for like a
God
definition of
gives
the
you
term.
choice.
Like what does it mean to say that God is all-knowing?
No, exactly. God doesn't give you challenges that you cannot pass them.
Yeah, but so what's your definition of the phrase all-knowing?
It's true. It's true. Maybe we cannot understand it. Of course.
I think there's like an atrocious language barrier. I can't lie. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen while we look for the next guest. Share it with your friends, drop a comment. Only join the Discord if you're 18 or older, but I would love to see you there. There's a link in bio. It's a great place. Will we try to find? Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hey, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 34.
Mm-hmm. And do you think God is real?
I do believe God is real. And thank you so much for having me on, by the way. I guess I didn't see the button that says go live.
Yeah. So what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Mm-hmm. So do you have proof for the truth of Christianity or an argument for why God exists?
There's plenty of arguments out there.
Yep.
But if I may I ask why you believe, I think you mentioned it already, but I probably missed it.
Yeah. So I think the argument that I'll run for like this conversation specifically, I think there's a contradiction between the idea that God knows all and the idea that God has free will. I think either God infallibly knows what he's going to do in the future, in which case he can't do otherwise because it wouldn't be infallible knowledge, or he can do otherwise, in which case he's not omniscient.
Right. And is that your main stance on why you believe God is not real?
Well, I
Or
mean,
do
my
you
main
have
stance is
your
that there's like
other-
no evidence, but I think that it's like a solid affirmative argument that concludes that God isn't real.
Got it. Okay. And so yours would be no evidence, correct?
Wait, for what?
your stance that God isn't real is because there's no evidence, correct?
No, well, I mean, I laid out the argument that I'm going to use in this discussion. The argument I'll use when talking to you, like my personal reasons, is that there's no evidence and there's like strong evidence against him. One of the pieces of evidence against him is the argument I just gave.
Got it. Okay. And is it okay if maybe we deviate from the past guest?
In what way?
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just confused. I think you kind of carry on the conversation that you had with him.
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, not
No worries.
really. Yeah, like we're deviating from the past guest, but I would just like
Okay,
I'd love to hear your answer to this argument. Like, do you think God has free will?
I believe so, yes.
And do you think God is all knowing?
Yes.
So if God knows something he's going to do in the future, can he just choose to do otherwise?
Sure, he can.
Oh, then he's not all knowing, because to say that he's all knowing means that he knew infallibly, that he knew exactly what was going to happen. But if he just chooses to do otherwise, then he actually didn't know exactly what was going to happen.
I'm so sorry. I'm not following.
Okay, let me put it this way. So, when we say someone knows something, we're saying that we have knowledge of that thing. To have knowledge is just like a justified true belief. Like you believe something that is true, and your reason for believing it's true is like solid. In cases like this, we would say that you know something. Like, I don't know, if I know that like 2 + 2 = 4, that would be knowledge because it's true and I have like justified reason for thinking it's true. So one of the entailments is that in order for us to say God knows something, in order for him to have knowledge, the thing that he has knowledge of actually has to be true. So if we say that God knows that in the future he's going to create humans, that means that there is no path where in the future he doesn't create humans. If he knows he's going to do it, it's not possible that he doesn't do it. Are you following along so far?
Yes, thank you for explaining that.
Yeah. So I think that that's in conflict with free will, though, because if God knows what he's going to do in the future and he can't possibly do otherwise, then that means that he doesn't have the ability to make a different choice, which means that he doesn't actually have free will.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I guess I just disagree with you on that because we humans do that all the time. Like, I know that I'm going to do a specific task or I'm going to do something, but I can also change and say, hey, I'm not going to do that anymore. Does that make sense? It's like maybe I planned my day today to go get a haircut and I made arrangements and I scheduled appointments just so that I can be at my haircut. But then I can change and say, you know what, I'm not going to go to the haircut anymore. I'm going to go do this instead.
Mm-hmm. But so what I would say is that if you end up doing like a different event, you didn't actually know it. Like in order, again, this comes back to knowledge, that in order to say, I know today I'm going to get a haircut, you need to actually get a haircut, or it would be wrong to say that you knew it was going to happen. You can't know it was going to happen and also like be wrong. Like if you say that you knew it was going to happen, it has to actually happen, or else there's a contradiction.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, the only way for a fact that we can know that it did happen is for the action to have happened, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's the only like 100% positive way to know. Like I know for certain the argument that I gave earlier because I gave it, because I remember giving it, right? In order to say that you know something with 100% certainty. So I might even say that humans actually can't know things with 100% certainty about the future. Because I don't think that it's accurate to say that you knew you were going to get a haircut if you didn't end up getting a haircut. That seems to contradict just like the definition of knowledge as given earlier.
Right. I still disagree with that, but even if let's just say free will isn't true, it still doesn't disprove the idea that God is real.
So you want to proceed with the assumption that God doesn't have free will?
Those two things can't be true at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that you either have to choose free will or you have to choose omniscience. I agree. I think omniscience is probably the better choice, and like kicking free will, like you're doing, makes sense to me. But I do think it opens up a lot more problems. So I would ask you: do you think God has the power to give Himself free will?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, and I'm sorry, this is not really what I wanted to talk about.
Is there
free
something that you
will-
did want to talk about? Because you asked me why I don't
Yeah.
believe in God. If there's like an
Right, I
argument
just-
from earlier that you want to talk about, we can definitely do that.
No, I just wanted to know a little bit more about you, what your stance is. I know I'm not sure if you're agnostic or atheist, or what your stance is on how humans came to be, evolution.
Yeah, I think
there's
humans
many-
came from evolution. Yeah.
Okay, and as far as like, I think you mentioned the Big Bang earlier. Is that what your stance is on?
Yeah, I believe the Big Bang and evolution are almost certainly true.
Okay, and your biggest, I guess your biggest issue with the idea of a God is that there's no evidence for it, correct?
Yep. Yeah, there's no evidence. Yeah,
So
exactly.
what would be the evidence that needs to be presented to you so that you can say, hey, there's a possibility of a God?
Yeah, because I have deductive reasons why God doesn't exist. I would need like a refutation to my deductive reasons, or I would need like deductive reasons from the theist that basically like a syllogistic argument where the conclusion is like therefore God is real.
Mhm. What would one of those be? I know there may be many of them, but what would one of those be?
Yeah, so some and I have like numerous critiques of this argument, but just that so imagine like the most perfect being that you possibly could. Now this perfect being would be more perfect if they actually existed than if they didn't exist. That a perfect being who exists is more perfect than a perfect being who doesn't exist, which means that since this being is absolutely perfect, they must also actually exist. Now, I think this is like genuinely an awful argument, but it's like a deductive argument.
Okay, is there a better argument?
I'm not gonna. I think there are better arguments, but I'm not gonna like coach you on your position.
No, I'm not trying to be coached. It's just that the burden of proof is on you since you're the one making the claim. And I just asked the question to present one of your arguments of why, what evidence there must be for you to believe.
Well,
And
yeah,
you said
I mean,
you
if
had
I
many.
if I had the evidence that would be required for me to believe, then I mean, I wouldn't be doing this, right? Like,
Right. But what does that look like? What does that
maybe
look like?
if you could prove that the resurrection happened, that would be pretty compelling evidence.
Okay, so that you would need evidence of that happen. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
like
go with that
evidence,
then.
like eyewitness testimony that doesn't
Correct.
come from the Bible, saying that the events
Correct.
of the Bible are true.
Okay, well, let's go with that then. So, I'm assuming based on that statement you made that you don't believe that Jesus was a real person and walked.
No, I think Jesus was a real person. I don't think he was resurrected.
Okay, so you do believe that Jesus, based on the history outside of the Bible, correct? Or what
So
are your
parts of it.
reasons to
I
believe?
don't think he did miracles. Yeah, I think that he could have been like a real person, but of course, like that long ago, the details of someone's life are largely lost to history.
Right, I agree with that. And may I ask why you believe that Jesus was a real person?
Because there's a wide variety of testimony to the fact. We have like official Roman documents, I believe.
Okay.
We have documents from like other like Jewish folks saying that there was like a Jesus who existed.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe because I believe Jesus was a real person for the same reason I believe Socrates was a real person. Socrates never wrote anything, but if you look around like the writings of philosophers in ancient Athens around the time that he existed, literally everybody is talking about him and making references to him.
Right, right. And I do agree with that. Then my next question would be, why don't you believe that he was resurrected?
Because there's no evidence.
No evidence. So the Bible's testimonies, and there's some other documents out there that state, hey, Jesus came and he has followers saying that he resurrected. You don't believe any of those?
That would be those documents would be very compelling. If you could provide me a document that comes from around the time where Jesus existed, and it's like the account of someone saying like, yo, Jesus resurrected, he's like up and about and walking around, he was crucified, now he's back. That would be like
Outside of
super
the Bible,
compelling evidence to me. I would find that to be extremely compelling, definitely.
Correct. And that would have to be outside of the Bible.
Yes, it would, because so otherwise you run into a structural problem with your argument, because you'd basically be saying that the Bible is true because the resurrection happened because the Bible is true. Your justification for the resurrection is that the Bible is true, but of course you're trying to use the resurrection to prove that the Bible is true in the first place. It's a circular argument in the same way that it would be circular to say that like God isn't real because God isn't real.
Right. No, I agree with that. And I'm not going to try and get into that. But I guess, so I believe Josephus, I don't think Josephus was a believer, but he did write about Jesus. He did say something along the lines, and I'm just paraphrasing. I don't actually know the exact verbiage he used, but the point that he made was, hey, there's people going around saying that this person named Jesus came, calling himself the Messiah. People are saying that he did resurrect.
Yeah, so this isn't true because the person mentioned in his book, like the person mentioned in his writing has a similar name to Jesus, but it's not the same name. We have no reason to think that this is actually the same person.
So what's the proof of that?
Yeah. So it's the person, the name that the Josephus person has, I think is what was Jesus's like old name? Jesus Hebrew name.
Well, I guess it's spelled differently.
Yeshua. So Josephus talks about a Yeshu, whereas Jesus's name is Yeshua. It's just a different name.
Okay. And so that is what leads you to believe that he is. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's just like I don't really have like a compelling reason to think that this is like the same person. If it specifically talked about like a resurrection, that would be pretty cool. I'd find that to be like really compelling evidence, but no, I don't know. Just like there's like a person with a different name who's doing like undescript like magical miracles. I don't find that very compelling.
I see. Okay. And oh man, I wish I could have gotten live a while back because now I have to run to my appointment. Do you do this every day?
Sometimes I do different topics, but I try to, yeah.
Okay, I would love to get back on here. Hopefully you remember me. I know you have plenty of guests. But I just want to end with one last, I guess maybe argument or statement.
Yeah.
So as far as I know, there are thousands and thousands of manuscripts of the New Testament out there. Right, Greek, Latin, many different languages.
Sure.
I'm sure there's probably maybe, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's close to 20,000. And in comparison to all of the other ancient works, including philosophers, Roman history, and all of that, there's really not much out there. Maybe there's like less. I know for a fact, maybe Julius Caesar's, there's maybe about 10 manuscripts that are dated 1,000 years after his time. So it's like a lot of people do have the faith to believe that this history did happen.
Wait, what? Wait, we have like tons of records of like, and I know that's like an unfortunate argument to make because I genuinely just do know like a lot about like ancient Athenian philosophy, but we have like an unbelievable number of dialogues from like Plato, for example, that we have.
I'm talking about the original.
We probably have like 30 dialogues from Plato, if not more.
I'm talking about like the actual manuscripts. I'm sure that there's many historians, even in today's age, there's probably going to be new documents written. But I'm talking about like actual copies of the manuscripts. Like
what do you mean?
Like, I'm pretty sure there's no original manuscripts.
Yeah, well, I mean, because
those
Plato's.
copies.
So we have Plato's dialogues, which are things that he like made publicly available, and then we have like Aristotle's like lecture notes, which are things that I don't know how these would be like a copy.
Well, I'm sure that there's no original versions.
Yeah, but they're like lecture
there's
notes.
copies. Right, those are copies. And I did,
no, they're lecture notes. So like not really. Like it's just like something that was like largely and widely produced.
Okay, well, let's just go with that then. Even then, I did the fact search a while back, and I just don't remember the exact number, but it may have been around, specific to Plato, maybe like 200 manuscripts, with some of the earliest copies dated, written 1,000 years after his death. So the point that I'm just trying to make, and you probably disagree, the point that I'm just trying to make is that there's like way more copies of actual history and about Jesus than there are of any of these other philosophers' history. And
Adri, thanks so much for the subscription. I have no idea what that. There's more So are you saying, is your argument that there's more copies of the Bible today than there are of like Plato's work?
Manuscripts of, the original scriptures of, the New Testament. Copies of it. I'm sure there's like so many more new ones today, all kinds of different versions of the Bible. But I'm trying to say that, hey, after Jesus passed, disciples wrote, and those are accounted as eyewitness testimony, and there's at least, many different manuscripts of it.
I'm not sure I understand your argument. Wait, so is your argument just because there's like more manuscripts that means that the Bible is true?
No, that's not the actual argument. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, if one is to believe that, hey, I have this piece of evidence from Plato or some piece of history of Rome, there's about, let's say, 500 copies of this manuscript, different languages. They all pretty much correlate together. And we say, okay, this is true, this is fact, this indeed happened. Why is someone going to completely just abolish that there's no chance, no possibility of the manuscripts of the Bible out there and say, hey, there's a chance that this is true?
Wait, so there's a chance that it existed, but if I like widely circulated like fiction and had my like work of fiction translated into like multiple different languages and had these like works like well preserved for a really long time, such that they outlast like everything, even the Bible, that doesn't mean that my works of fiction are true.
Well, no, of course, it's just fiction.
Yeah, and the Bible is also just fiction. That would be the view that I take.
Right, that's the argument that many agnostics or atheists take. But then you could also say the same about many of Plato's work and all these ancient philosophers.
No, because so it's going to be completely disanalogous, because we have like tons of copies of like Plato's work from different iterations. We have been able to accurately date his work. There's like a lot of people tried to impersonate Plato's work, and there's still like a lot of dispute as to what his real work is and what his fake work is. But we have like very strong confidence in like a lot of his work as being real.
Right, and so I can say the same about the Bible.
No, but you
and the
can't
New
though.
Testament.
But you can't, because like the New Testament, like the Gospels, for example, these were not written by like the people who they're named after. I believe Mark, or maybe it was like one of the other ones, but like one of the disciples was like literally like an illiterate fisherman, and he was writing like this like beautiful, perfect, elegant Greek prose as an illiterate fisherman. The Gospel of Luke was written like 80 to 120 years after the death of Jesus. So unless you think Luke was writing this at the age of like 120, this is like a pretty absurd thing to say, that this was actually written by those people. Like we actually have no idea who even wrote the Gospels in the first place.
Right. So some of the copies that we do have, yes, you are correct. They are dated about 80 years after his death, but that doesn't mean that there are documents out there that were written a lot sooner. But that's the argument that I made earlier. Some of the works of Plato, philosophers, history, they're written thousands of years after the actual
wait. Do
events.
you have any evidence that any of the dialogues of Plato that are widely recognized to be true are written thousands of years after? Because that would be like groundbreaking stuff.
I could provide the evidence and links to that.
Yeah, you
Unfortunately, I
should
just
go
can't
to
do that right now.
you should go to your local university and you should actually inform them of that, because that would be like you'd get like a fucking medal if you could prove that some of Plato's like major works were written like thousands of years after the fact. Like you would like
I'm not talking about the
fundamentally
originals.
and like
I'm not talking
foundationally
about the-
change. Yeah,
No,
like
I'm not
Plato,
talking
yeah,
about
like
the
Plato's work
originals.
is
I'm talking about the works
Plato's
that
work
were
is copied. Like
found.
that's fine.
I'm talking about the works that were found, because I'm sure that many original documents were lost due, like you mentioned earlier, due to history, due to time, wars, whatever. I'm talking about the actual copies. Because I don't even think that maybe
Wait, do we have
originals.
original copies of the Bible?
We don't have the original. I don't. I'd have to go back and do some more research, but
So then
I
what's
know
your
we have the
critique?
Dead Sea Scrolls. That
Yeah,
we do.
sure, and we have early versions of like
have-
all of Plato's dialogues, but like what's your critique then? I mean, if so, it seems like your critique was just like, you don't have the original version of Plato, but you still believe that these are Plato's works, but it seems like I believe that they're Plato's works for like a wide variety of other reasons, that they're in line with his philosophy, that we have lots of copies of them, that it's like from like roughly the same time period, things of that nature. And that like people, there are other people who wrote about this who actually did have access to like original copies, and their writing is all in line with it. Like it confirms the truth of it, that they would have had a much more accurate like copy of it, and it's like exactly
Right.
the same as our copy. So we say
Right.
that like, okay, cool, so we probably just have the exact same copy.
Right, and that's not my argument. And I'm sorry, maybe I didn't properly communicate that, because that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say that if we have the faith to believe that these events happen, Plato and all these other philosophers wrote these things back then, and there's enough evidence of that, and we have very little copies of manuscripts or very little original documents of that, and we still believe it. Why do we discredit or completely abolish what there is about Jesus and his resurrection?
Yeah, because we know that Plato wrote Plato's dialogues. We don't know that, or we actually know affirmatively not that the Gospels were written by the people who they're credited to. So that's just going to be the
correct.
difference.
Not a-
Is that we know Plato's dialogues were written by Plato. We do not know that the Gospels were written by Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Right. So we do, and of course, no, not all of the Gospels were written by the actual person who's named after. I know that. Many scholars know that, and that's not an argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that the eyewitness testimony that's in those Gospels, that the argument is that it's not true, that it's fictional, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, so do you have any evidence that this, like, I would just need proof, like evidence that this happened from a place other than the Bible? Because your argument again is essentially just that the Bible is true because Jesus resurrected, because the Bible is true.
Right. Well, one of them is Josephus. I don't.
But I've
recall all
already
the other
disproven the
ones.
Josephus point. So do you have?
Right. And it's the reason why you disprove it is because the name is spelled differently, and it, of course, it's going to be
It's
spelled
just like
different.
it's just a different name. Yeah.
Right.
It
and
doesn't
in
mention
Greek-
resurrection either.
In Greek, Jesus' name is not Yeshua. In Greek, his name is Iesus. So it is.
Yeah,
going to be
yeah, but
spelled
so
differently.
Josephus, Jesus's Hebrew names, or his Hebrew name was Yeshua, and Josephus was a someone who I believe this was like written in Hebrew. So it was mentioned in Antiquity of the Jews. What was the original language on this, I guess?
Josephus is what?
Oh, so it seems like this was written in Greek, but regardless, it does seem it still does seem like there was like a name difference regardless.
Right, but that doesn't disprove it, because in the actual Hebrew
But it like
name,
makes it less
even
likely, right?
Yeshua-
So first of all, it doesn't mention resurrection. It just says that there's like this guy named what the fuck is it? Yeshu. There's like this guy named Yeshu who's doing some strange things. That's like literally all it says.
Hey, Ian,
and second
I'm
of
so
all,
sorry to interrupt. I have to step out. I'm sorry.
okay. Well,
I
I
did
appreciate
wait
you
a
coming on
long
over.
time, and I hope I can make it next time so we can carry along this conversation.
Yep, please. Yeah, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Share it with your friends. I appreciate the last guest for coming on up here. If you're 18 or older, consider joining the Discord. It's a great place. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy, genuinely and truly, really whatever you want to talk about. I would love to have any conversation that you want to have in the Discord. Only join if you're 18 or older, though. But it's a great place. I don't know. I really enjoy it there. I notify everyone every single time that I go live, so you'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. Unfortunately, I do have to get going right about now. But I appreciate everyone for stopping on by. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. And I love each and every one of you. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow.